You know, it's not that memorable, but it pretty much captures events today in Ukraine. Uh, Antony Blinken, the American Secretary of State, is back in Kiev. A pretty interesting visit. He and Dmitry Kuleba, his counterpart in Ukraine, held a luncheon meeting at a prominent pizza restaurant in Kiev. Looked delicious. Didn't appear that Antony used a knife and fork to devour his pizza. And then later in the evening, Blinken was on stage at a very popular bar in Ukraine, playing the guitar and joining uh, a band on stage singing a Neil Young song, "Rock the World," or "Freedom Rocks the World," or "Freedom Rocks," whatever the hell the name of that song is. Uh, Not sure it was the most appropriate thing for Antony Blinken to do, but at least he shed his coat and tie and was out with uh, other residents of Kiev for a night of music. Uh, I hope he had a drink, singing. Appears to be a pretty good guitar player. But we are also waiting for Antony Blinken to announce additional aid going to Ukraine from the United States. Blinken will be in Kiev for most of the day tomorrow as well. So there's still plenty of time for him to follow up his gig at a bar in Kiev with the announcement that we are all hoping for. Uh, I don't know if it'll come. Could simply be an announcement of humanitarian aid to Ukraine. This would actually include demining equipment, uh, especially needed in Ukraine, armored ambulances for evacuation from the zero line. Again, equipment urgently needed on the zero line in Ukraine. So even if the announcement is limited to that kind of aid, it's still beneficial. What I really hope is that there is a new announcement of even more American military aid bound for Ukraine. Prince?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Excuse me, hoping to hear. I did hear that Jake Sullivan said that there will be another announcement of aid coming up soonish. I think probably this week. I'm not exactly sure when. I was really hoping that we would hear that announcement while Secretary Blinken is in town, but I haven't seen that. Yeah, the other thing that I've been keeping a really close eye on, can you guess what it might be? Okay, no guesses. So I'm going to say Georgia. And I'm just checking here. What time is it in Georgia? I would assume it's 4 a.m. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, let's see. We can find out.
Yes, it's 4:04
No,
a.m. Prince in
no,
Tbilisi.
no. It's five. It says they're 5:04. It says
Okay,
it's
okay,
yeah,
five
yeah,
five oh five oh
yeah.
four a.m. It means
5:04.
we're 6 hours away from welcoming Marika here to Maria Report.
Yes, I am looking forward to that. I've been following her, um, and I've been looking to see if a live stream starts here in a little bit. I tell you, I was watching. live streams last night, and I've seen some pretty awful, pretty scaring things. Well, scary, not scary, but yeah, you know, I would say I'm a veteran of the 2020 protests in Portland, Oregon, but I never went to any of them. I just watched them all, and I sit and I look at how the Georgians are protesting, and I can think of several things that I would suggest that they do, just from me watching. Some of them are in jest, some of them are sort of serious. But I'm happy to see the big, huge crowd that they have. They are trying to be as passive as possible. But they are there. I did see a good video today of them starting to push the police back. That is a really good sign. That is a really good thing. That makes me extremely happy to see that. Um, and their consistency, they're coming out all the time. One of the things I did watch last night sort of unfold as it happened, was the brawl in the lower, was it the upper house or lower house? Excuse me, had to cough. I'm not sure which it is, but as they were debating this law that they ended up enacting, um, I watched the brawl sort of start and continue and fight, and uh, and I'm not even sure how they all went back to their seats, but it was a uh, it was an interesting time and an interesting thing to watch, especially here in the United States. Something like that isn't very typical. But if anybody from Georgia is listening, and I'll talk to Marika maybe later if I'm not busy with other stuff. But um, things I would recommend is get yourself a wall of moms, which is something that Linda, also known as Boxed Wine, talked about the other day. Get yourself a wall of moms to stand between the police and the protesters and shame those police for what they are doing to protesters. Get the moms to shame the police for what they're doing to protesters. Um, then you need your army of dads. Um, and your army of dads, they tend to go around with leaf blowers, because leaf blowers, when they throw smoke grenades or tear gas, the leaf blowers can blow that blow that gas right back at the police, and blow it away from the protesters themselves. And then the other thing that I was going to say, is hockey sticks. Grab yourself some hockey sticks. I think you people play in Georgia. Grab yourself some hockey sticks, and when those tear gas canisters land on the ground, um, close to you, go and chuck that thing right back at the police. Chuck chuck it back at the police. And there are some times where actually people will grab those and throw them instead, but throw them back at the police. But hockey sticks work really well too. So, I I think I picked up a few tips there, Alan, during 2020. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Olympia, Washington, so I was watching the action in Portland online. It was pretty interesting. So it's my understanding that the law passed with like 83 or 84 votes. And the president has said that she would veto the law, but I don't know how many votes it's going to take for that to actually repass. Do you have any information on that?
No, I don't. I think Marika will be the best one to find to talk to about that. I know the timing sucks at 3 a.m. Eastern time, but we've
Yeah,
been doing pretty good at getting her recordings edited and up onto our Spotify account rather quickly when she does join us, just because of because what is happening is sort of time critical there in Georgia. But yeah, I know
yeah.
that she's planning on vetoing. I don't know how many votes it will take to override that veto in Georgia, but we'll see what happens with that. I think they also it is also expected that they have enough votes to override the veto. So, the law will probably pass. This is just, it'll be a delay, which is good. A delay is better than going into effect right away. And there are severe issues and severe problems with this. And I'm gonna send a couple of messages. One of the things, and maybe when I come up with Scott in a little while, um, I'll see if I can pull this off. But one of the way this is going to affect some charities that do some amazing work in Georgia is absolutely tragic and absolutely horrid. But I can talk about that a little bit later tonight when I come back on at 10 p.m. Eastern. Um, Boxed wine, how are you?
I'm not getting any younger, and which really
I
makes
know,
me
I know, and
angry.
I know, I know.
You
I
know,
told somebody the other day how old you were, and they didn't believe me. I know you're older than Alan, so that says something.
I know I'm older than everybody, and nobody can figure out how I'm still alive.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that, and
I know.
I just know that next year, I think I'm gonna figure out how to throw you a big huge party.
Yeah, whatever.
There may be strippers involved.
Oh
Anyway,
my God. Male strippers? Male strippers?
well, yeah.
Okay, okay, I'll go for that. The George, there was a conversation earlier today that I don't. I think you were sleeping because, I mean, you're young. Why do you have to sleep? But anyway, um, with regard to the protest in Georgia,
I'm not that young.
oh yeah, you are. Uh, yeah, comparatively, yeah. But anyway, yeah, with regard to the protest in Georgia, yeah, so many lessons that can be re-leveraged from the what was learned lessons, right, in and techniques in Portland can be reused. Um, so another, one thing with the tomato soup strategy, right,
Yes, yes,
right,
yes. Yep.
canned tomato soup. So an alternative in case the stores are out of canned tomato soup would be canned beets. So there's that.
Oh, flying borscht.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's an option. The other thing is maybe non-lethal annoying projectiles. For example, plastic bags filled with cooking oil.
Yeah, okay, yeah. They didn't use they didn't fill the plastic bags with cooking oil in Portland, and you don't want to know the rest of that story.
Oh, I know.
It was not a good idea. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
oh,
yeah.
it was something other than cooking oil.
Bodily fluids and
Oh,
such.
that's yeah, that's probably not a good idea. But cooking oil would just be annoying and
Yes,
slippery.
it
Yeah,
would.
yes. And another thing, plastic bags filled with ink
Yes,
and and or filled with house paint,
yes,
right?
yes,
And also cowbells, um, big, big, loud cowbells are good. The thing is everybody is marching. So if everybody was banging on a cowbell or a buffalo drum or whatever, things loud, that would kind of hurt their ears unless everybody was wearing ear protection. So ear protection might be a good thing. But n- um, uh, another thing I was thinking of was if everybody,
you make a good point though about protection, and
yeah,
that is something that I would like to see. I would like to be able to see the Georgian protesters have a little bit more protection of themselves.
Yep.
I am seeing people with goggles and just regular masks, a couple people with respirators, but they need helmets.
Yep.
The goggles are good.
Yep.
And they need some body armor and they need shields
Yes.
and more umbrellas. They need the umbrellas again.
Umbrellas and trash bin lids, plastic and or metal. And somebody
Yep.
suggested today, those big either metal or plastic, like very large trash bins, the rectangular ones on wheels. Those can
Yes.
be used as barriers, right? To push in front of you. If there's a row of them in front of a wall of moms, and a row of clergy in clergy get-ups, and a row of vets in uniforms, a row of dads with leaf blowers. But a row of clergy is good because there was that in Portland as well, as
Yeah.
I recall, right?
But
But
I did see them going over I did see them going after some clergy in some video today, and
I
that
did
didn't
too.
seem to matter. They yeah. But you know what?
Yeah. But when it's
You know how
yeah,
much I love to talk about this because I Portland really it sounds weird, but Portland really is an example of protesting. It just
yeah,
really is. And so but I do need to go and put the birds to bed, and I will be back in about 40 minutes, and Scott is going to take over for me. Sorry for the rotation
yeah,
of
yeah.
co-hosts, but I do want to talk about this more when I come back. And
Okay.
I did see a preview of a message from somebody asking me to talk about how it can affect some charities. I am I'm going to send somebody a message, and I'm also tracking down a couple of articles that will help me explain that. So I will be back, and thank you all.
Thank you, Prince, for standing in here, for coming through the revolving door of co-hosts tonight. Uh, Expect Scott shortly. Prince will be back in about 45 minutes. Uh, the very first tweet in the nest is about delivering solar powered generators to hospitals in Kharkiv. If you've been following the news from Ukraine today, from Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts, then you know that Russia has launched a new cross border offensive attack against Ukraine. This makes the hospitals in Kharkiv that much more important. About 7,500 Ukrainian residents have been evacuated from frontline towns and villages. There are also soldiers who are coming to the hospitals in Kharkiv for much needed emergency care. Your care tonight, your care about keeping Kharkiv defiant and resilient will make a difference. So please follow that first tweet in the nest. Be as generous as you possibly can with your donations. Your donation, small or large, will save lives in Kharkiv tonight, tomorrow, this week. So please be just as generous as you possibly can. Scott, welcome. It's good to see you.
It is good to be here with you, Alan. Sorry we only overlapped for 45 minutes, but I'll take what I can get and get more on Friday. or maybe not on Friday.
Friday. I am. I'm heading to a college graduation, and on. So I won't be here on Friday evening. Won't be back until next week. But I will be filled with pride for my new college graduate. Uh, Maybe I'll tell you about it next week. Uh, I, I'm looking forward to the graduation and everything, but it's a once in a lifetime celebration for uh, my daughter, and it will make me think about my own college graduation. I still have those bad dreams about exams I forgot I needed to take. But enough of that. Scott, you will notice that the nest is actually filled with news from Georgia. This is not because we are shifting our focus to Georgia, but because in just a few hours' time, we will be welcoming a guest from Tbilisi who will be able to give us an up to the minute update from Georgia. The people of Georgia are inspired by the people of Ukraine. When you look at the demonstration, you see just as many Ukrainian flags as you do Georgian flags, as you do European Union flags. Uh, this is the direction Georgia is looking, to Ukraine, to the EU. That's where they see their future. But this Georgian Dream government, which is really a it's Putin's dream government. This Georgian dream government is trying to deny Georgians of the future they have clearly envisioned. The scenes from Tbilisi tonight, Scott, are completely inspiring.
That they are, Alan. I've been looking at pictures of them in my preparation, and it is, as you say, very inspiring. I was also inspired by the leaders of the Baltics. I see that that post is in the nest. Um, are have arrived in Tbilisi as a show of support. The foreign ministers of I think 4 countries: Lithuania, Estonia, Iceland, and I don't know what the um, fourth one was. I'm sure it's in that tweet, but
Scott,
that was pretty inspiring, I thought.
it's very inspiring. Do you remember if there was such unity and support shown for Ukraine during the Revolution of Dignity, the Maidan Revolution? Were foreign ministers going to Kiev to speak to the Ukrainians demonstrating for their freedom? I don't remember.
I don't either. I was not as aware of the Revolution of Dignity as it was happening. Actually, I'm kind of ashamed to say. Um, so I'm not too sure.
Well, there are two ways to uh, uh, to to learn a lesson. Uh, If they should have been, and of course, they were different occupants of these positions in these European nations, but if they should have been in Ukraine and they weren't, now they have the opportunity to be in Georgia, and they are. So we will hear more from Tbilisi later this evening. It's going to be 3 a.m. Eastern time, but I actually highly recommend to listeners here at Maria Report in the United States, set your alarm, get up, listen, join us, because this will be up to the date information from Tbilisi. You want to know what the next steps are after the Georgian parliament has passed this Russian inspired law. Uh, there's going to be a veto possibility coming up. And then there will be another vote in parliament. But our guest from Tbilisi will be able to tell us everything we need to know. What are the next steps of Georgian protesters? What are the chances of their success to free Georgia from Russian domination? We're going to be looking at that beginning 3 a.m. Here, Eastern Time in the United States. It will be 11 a.m. in Tbilisi.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. have not heard Marika the prior time she was on Maria Report, but all the reports I got were that she was amazing. So it sounds like she is. Well, is she a journalist, Alan?
I don't know if she's a journalist. That's a good question. Uh, I should know the answer. I don't know the answer. I think that she is a policy analyst, but journalism is a part of that, of course. Um, so the foreign ministers uh, in Tbilisi tonight are from Latvia, Iceland, Estonia, and Lithuania. I think it is simply amazing that these four foreign ministers from EU nations are in the streets of Tbilisi, linking arms with Georgians demonstrating uh, against their government and for their freedom. It's just a remarkable show of support. Of course, Georgia has been on a path to EU membership and NATO membership as well. So it's, I just, again, the courage of these four, and they look to me, these four young foreign ministers from the EU, well, from actually from Latvia, Iceland, Estonia, and Lithuania. They are showing just admirable courage to arrive in Tbilisi tonight and to be on the streets in Tbilisi tonight, Scott.
Yeah, I have been following the Georgia Dream government and its, pro Moscow tilt very carefully. I don't know that I've ever told this story before, Alan, but I was dating a woman whose son-in-law was the son of Misha Saakashvili, the former president of Georgia, who initiated the move to the West and democracy uh, and liberty and a pro-Western tilt. Was under his 10 years of tenure in the presidency that they made the outreach to NATO and the EU. And you may know, I'm sure you do actually know, that he's the one that went back, probably ill-advisedly, when there was an arrest warrant out for him. He was helping actually Volodymyr Zelensky. He was a special he was a parliamentarian, and at one point, I think he was a governor of one of the oblasts. And then he became Zelensky, sort of in Zelensky's cabinet or a close advisor. He went back to Georgia to help out with an election campaign for the party that he started that was running against Georgia Dream. And he was imprisoned then went on a hunger strike, and is just gone now. I mean, they did save his life, but he's in like this very severe military hospital, under lock and key. Um, so because I know his son, and through the stories, his wife, um, the former Georgian First Lady, I've been following this super closely, and this current leader is just awful. Um, just a wannabe autocrat, cozying up to the Kremlin for, um, presumably not ideological reasons as much as for reasons of access, power, weapons, etc. Um, and obviously taking the country against the will of the people. And so I'm super curious about what the next steps of this protest might be. And I did get to visit Georgia about 18 months ago, and it's a beautiful country. Tbilisi is to die for as a city, um, and that's why a lot of the Russians who fled at the start of the special military operation or just before it, many of them have found their way to Tbilisi or Georgia generally.
There are a lot of Russian refugees leaving Russia to avoid mobilization. They're in Tbilisi, they're in Batumi, uh, not necessarily welcomed in Georgia, Scott, and for good reason. Uh, there are, as I say, I have filled the nest with tweets about Georgia. It's not because I'm not following the news from Ukraine tonight. I am following the news quite closely from Ukraine tonight, following news of explosions in Crimea at the Belbek airfield. We will be looking for further reports about that. But another interesting news flash that I've taken note of, Sergei Sorovkin. People might remember that name uh, as the name attached to the defensive lines that Russia built in Ukraine across Zaporizhia Oblast, especially, that foiled any hopes of a summertime offensive last summer by Ukraine. Uh, Surovikin has returned to the Kremlin. A lot of speculation that he will be part of the shakeup of the regime that Putin is undertaking. Uh, it's it's speculated that he will be sent to Ukraine to direct um, the offensive attacks in Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts. My guess is that is preparation for Surovikin to replace Gerasimov as the Russian commander of Russian forces in Ukraine. It's a story with so many twists and turns. Uh, Formerly disgraced, apparently an associate of Prigozhin, but a talented general, uh, and uh, and not seen for weeks, if not months, but now quite possibly restored by Putin. We'll see what effect that will have in Ukraine, Scott.
Yeah, I'm not super pleased about that news from our perspective of Ukraine supporters, because he seemed to do a conscientious job. I mean, we were all advocating for weapons for the counteroffensive to happen 6 to 9 months earlier than it did. Um, And by the time we got around to getting the weapons that they marginally needed, maybe not even enough when they went in the early summer of 2023, Surovikin had built those 3 lines of defense, or had masterminded them, and that proved to be quite a tactical victory for them. So I'm not super pleased, Alan, that he could be on his way back to leadership in the army.
I'm not pleased by it either, Scott. As I say, he's a talented general, probably much more talented than Gerasimov. If he's returning to Ukraine and may well be on his way to commanding the Russian forces inside Ukraine as their overall commander, and I would expect that. I mean, with a new Minister of Defense replacing Shoigu, you would expect continuing shuffling of Putin's regime. And I look, this isn't a welcome assessment either, but I actually think that Putin is managing the rearrangement of his regime in Russia quite expertly. He's appointed an economist as as chief defense minister. This really signals that Putin is aligning the Russian economy and the war effort in Ukraine, or an even wider war effort. This has all the hallmarks of a nation preparing to put its economy on a war footing and to fight a long war in Ukraine and quite possibly a larger war in Europe.
Yeah, I agree that Putin's moves at the top have been pretty smart. And along with what you said about, the economist who's come in to take Shoigu's place, there has been quite the turmoil in the Department of Defense. I have in my timeline a long thread of tweets by Igor Sushko, who details some of what's been happening, and the FSB really connivance and collaboration with the MOD corruption, and they're freaking out because some of the Shoigu affiliates, the Deputy Defense Minister Salikov and Krivoruchko, have been forced out, and Lieutenant General Kuznetsov's house was raided early this morning, Moscow time. He was taken out of bed at 5:30 a.m. and his wife was taken away too for high living. They were sort of known society people, lavish parties and the like. And he had, multi-million-dollar or maybe hundreds of millions of dollar bank account. And this is causing ripples because they were part of the corruption chain that basically took contracts, got the contractors to give them kickbacks, and then they had FSB officers that would, or maybe one of these three would actually then take those proceeds, part of them, obviously, and then give them out to the FSB overseers so that they wouldn't they wouldn't be reported. And Shoigu was giving the green light to every one of these contracts personally, so he was definitely complicit. So, on the one hand, Putin is making some smart moves, as you say, Alan. I agree 100% with you. And one of the consequences of that, though, is that I guess this big shakeup in the Ministry of Defense is going to create turmoil for a while. We don't know how much that'll affect the battlefield. And we don't even know that those bureaucrats in the Department of Defense are that critical for either the defense industrial base or the battlefront. So it may be a good thing for Russia, even though it's turmoil, to get some of those rotten apples out of there. So that's not a great it's not a great thing. It's like long live Russian corruption from a Ukrainian point of view, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think the message that we have to pay attention to here in the global democracies supporting Ukraine is this is Putin preparing Russia for a very, very long war. Yeah, I think that it demonstrates Putin understands that even the war in Ukraine is going to go on for years and years. He doesn't have either the wartime economy or the military forces to accomplish what he set out to do in Ukraine. He can uh, attempt to destroy Kharkiv as he's destroyed Mariupol and Bakhmut um, um, and other Ukrainian villages, but he can't occupy this nation. He cannot uh, reach out with his tentacles and bring Ukraine back into uh, a Russian empire he's trying to reconstruct. What he can do with these new appointments that he's making is prepare Russia to fight not only in Ukraine, but to fight elsewhere in Europe and in the world, and to confront the global democracies in a way that will disrupt everything that uh, the global democracies wish to do going forward. And he's this is proof that Putin is no dummy. Uh, it's proof that he hasn't lost his shrewd manipulation of his own country, nor manipulation of the world that Russia is trying to influence and disrupt.
100%, Alan. I think you've nailed it on the critical point that he's in it for the long haul. He's smart. Um, he's making the needed changes, and he realizes that it's the defense industrial base that's critical. I'm sure you saw the news that he's preparing to travel to Beijing for his first foreign trip since his quote unquote reelection. Or we could say his new term starting. And China has been very helpful, not doing everything Russia wants, but um, they have been able to supply, but first of all, buy their oil, and second of all, work with their banks to figure out a way to do the payment processing, not using dollars but using renminbi, and they have thirdly been willing to give a lot of dual-use componentry to Russia to help their defense industrial base. So, I think he's not only has he restructured now his administration going forward, but the ways he's figured out to ally with Iran, North Korea, and China. Obviously, China can be a lot more help than North Korea and Iran, but the three of them together is not trivial, and Russia is outproducing in terms of artillery shells the collective West at the moment, which is really embarrassing.
It's tremendously embarrassing, Scott. Uh, it's a demonstration of Russian resolve, also of Russian plans for the future. They do actually have a very short window of opportunity. That opportunity is because Putin recognizes the global democracies have not grown alert to the threat he's aiming directly at them. As long as the United States and other democracies around the world have one eye closed and the other eye only half open, Putin has this opportunity in time to strike, and he's preparing to do that. He's also thinking, in my guess, Scott, that he'll be able to negotiate with the diplomats of global democracies, because we know we believe in diplomacy. This is our first resort to talk, to negotiate, to have lengthy discussions. Well, this is exactly what Putin wants, because he needs this time to prepare. Let's go to Aria and then prepare to get ready for updates from Georgia. They are a few hours away, but they are well worth setting your alarm for. So you can listen in beginning tonight, 3 a.m. Eastern Time.
Very well said on both of your parts. I agree with you, Alan. He's come to the conclusion that he either needs to outlast or push hard enough where he believes the West will force the Ukrainians to negotiate a favorable end for him. And that will give him time to restructure and then continue. In regards to dictators and tyrants taking back disgraced generals who have military ability, it's a very common thing in history around the world. And it goes to the point of even people like Stalin taking back people who had been in the gulag, who had been starved doing manual labor daily, and gave them command of armies because he needed them. So just taking somebody who's been disgraced or had some minor chastisement isn't, I don't think, a big deal for Putin to do. It's been forgotten about already. That happened for the vast majority of Russians, and the ones that remember are too afraid to bring it up. So thank you.
Thanks, Arya. Scott, want to welcome JJ Smart from Kyiv to the speaker panel. Jason, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, how are you? I hope everyone's well. Yeah, I mean, the situation, I share the sentiment about what's going on. And I think that what's important to recognize is that, sorry, is that it was sort of easy to predict this would happen. Let's be honest. Russia has committed incredible resources to being able to expand its ability to wage war. It's built factories in the Ural Mountains, which the Europeans have said is far beyond what's necessary for a war with Ukraine. It's looking to expand so it can have a war with other countries as well. Whereas the European countries remain very conservative in what sort of output they have of artillery, for instance. The United States has been very slow in getting the weapons to Ukraine that it passed in Congress a couple weeks ago. Um, and these shortages that we see are something that are going to be continuing. I mean, Russia just continues to produce and produce and produce. And in the West, we're diddling along very, very slowly, unfortunately. But to a larger picture, I think that there has been a tide shift as to what we see, in the sense that before, overall, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Overall, I think that we've seen that there's been a few shifts in how the war has progressed. I mean, in the initial phase of the war, I think a lot of people were hoping that in the first few weeks that the Russians would be ejected past the 1991 borders. Then there was a phase that became harder. Then there was the summer before last when there was this huge advance Ukraine had to the east, and then there became what is now, or for the past few months, where it sort of seemed like it was a slog. You know, both sides were taking casualties, but it was sort of maintaining very similar lines. There wasn't huge advances one way or the other. But now we have actually a bit more of a prickly situation in the sense that Russia, aware, obviously very aware, that Ukraine is lacking artillery, very well that Ukraine is lacking air defense. I just saw a statistic yesterday that previously Ukraine's success rate in shooting down missiles was over, it was about 76 to 78%. Today it's about 36%. It was in the Ukrainian news, but I don't recall the source. It might have been Ukrainian Pravda. But either way, Russia is aware of the fact that Ukraine is running low on supplies. And so it's doing what it logically would do in such a situation, which is make haste, make hay with the day, and try to advance as much as they can wherever they can. At the same time, I'm not disheartened by it. And I know a lot of people are disheartened by it because I can tell from the emails and stuff, the messages I get, that people are sort of getting worried. But that's not the feeling on the ground. I mean, obviously, the average person is concerned about what's going on. Nobody's happy about what's going on. But in the sense of Kharkiv, as an example, it had been anticipated that Kharkiv would eventually have this incursion by Russia, which it did a couple of days ago. Uh, the Ukrainians, very wisely, decided it was not worth losing lives to fight over essentially empty fields. It, it wasn't going to send people there to defend something that was not easily defended, and it's better to keep its people in positions. And as they did today, fell back to positions where they could better cover the land with artillery and protect the lives of their soldiers. Ukraine throughout the war, and this isn't a propaganda point, it's really the truth. Ukraine has made a very concerted effort to preserve the lives of its soldiers. Russia does not care about the lives of its soldiers. And so we are seeing that Russia, and I anticipate, and I think most people anticipate, seeing Russia continuing for the next few days, taking other villages and stuff in eastern Ukraine or near Kharkiv. And again, I don't think that's the end of the world. It's anticipated. What's important is that there is a plan. I mean, Ukraine does have the ability to defend the major cities such as Kharkov. It has the ability to um, continue fighting, and there's not a lack of desire. There's not a lot of people who are saying. I mean, I've seen no shift in sentiment where people are saying, "Well, you know, it looks like Kiev will be part of Russia, but just give in." I've never heard anyone say anything even remotely similar to that, and I have no fear that no one in the population feels that. And I think the West also realizes at this point, though there were some people, namely Jake Sullivan, the presidential advisor who has managed every single disaster that the U.S. has had for foreign policy in the last few years. But Jake Sullivan, I think very much so wanted to have some sort of peace agreement with Russia. Keep in mind, the guy's master's thesis was about the how the North Ireland sorry, I should say the Good Friday peace accords with Ireland, how those were achieved. And if that's your base model of how wars end, it's totally distinct from the war being fought in Ukraine. There's nothing similar to that, and nothing similar to that could be achieved. But at this point, Russia has no interest in negotiations. So anyone who foolishly says, well, they should negotiate a peace, uh, show me where the Russians look like they want to negotiate a peace. They have absolutely no interest in that. because they are still betting big that the West will give up, the West will not deliver on the weapons, and the Ukraine will not be able to sustain the losses of lives that Russia is able to sustain. So this whole hypothesis that, well, they can just make a deal with Russia. What deal can be made? And even, and I'm not suggesting this is a good idea, but even if somebody in the West were to say, well, give them, I don't know, Donetsk and Lugansk and Crimea. Uh, okay, great. Russia has said that's not their objective, though. They have said their objective is to seize Kiev. It is to overthrow the government. It is to take most of the country. And Putin has reiterated multiple times his objectives have not changed since the beginning of the war. So that is simply not an option. So there's really only two options, and it's existential in nature for Ukraine. Either the country it ceases to exist, or it fights to remain. And so that's why I think ever more we need to be putting pressure on Russia itself, because war can be one of well, several ways, but the two most simple ways I think in the beginning of the war we hoped was Ukraine would physically push the Russians out, but the other way that it can end is that Russia stops fighting. That is, the Russians pull out. And what could cause that? Internal collapse within Russia, economic, political, or military. Whether economically they cannot sustain a war, which is generally history does prove that long wars are not good for economies. Militarily, because they have a Prigozhin like event, or politically, because Putin gets killed. So there's a lot of different options of why Russia might stop fighting the war or choose to end its participation in the war due to the fact that simply it cannot afford to continue waging war. But Ukraine must continue to fight, and that's why the attacks on these oil refineries, the attacks on Russian cities, the attacks on electric substations, the attacks on Crimea are so important because ultimately it makes it harder and harder for Russia to wage war.
Jason, as usual, you raise so many issues worth discussing. I have a couple of questions for you. The first, uh, regarding Ukraine itself and the mobilization law that's going into effect or has gone into effect now in mid May. Uh, has Ukraine waited too long to resolve the debate about mobilization of Ukrainians into the Ukrainian military?
So that's a really good question. Yeah, I think they definitely waited too long on the law. At the same time, it's very important to note this did not mean that they were not bringing more men into military service this whole time. The mobilization. So this is something about myself, my own self, I have been mistaken on in the past. So that's why I will spread the good news as I've learned, which is that in fact the mobilization has been ongoing. With the mobilization law, the biggest parts that were controversial that slowed it down were about cycling men out of the military. It was also about the age of recruitment and different categories of recruitment. But overall, the intake of men has not subsided. I mean, there will be more being called up, of course, once the law passes, but not a drastic change from the status quo. Obviously, Ukraine does need more men. That's very clear. There's a lot of guys who have been at the front for almost 2.5 years at this point, day and night, and that's not sustainable. So hopefully, they will be calling up more people soon.
And a second question, what is your assessment of the changes that Putin has made in his regime? For example, appointing Belousov, I will call him an eminent economist because those who have followed his academic career actually admire him. What does it mean putting an economist in charge of the Ministry of Defense? Is it? I think Gary Kasparov drew the parallel with Albert Speer in Nazi Germany.
Yes, Gary did draw the comparison. No, but I think it's accurate, and I have talked to Gary about that as well. And it is true. I think most people that follow Russia um, would say that Putin is lining himself up well to create a wartime economy um, and to prepare for total war. What's interesting about it is that one thing Russia has done extraordinarily well is to manage its economy. The head of the central bank, Nabula, is a very gifted woman, a very talented woman. It's very unfortunate that she's in Russia because she's been able to stabilize the ruble and to be able to continue producing. Russia's inflation rate is quite high. There's no doubt about it. And actually, just now before I got on here, I was with another couple of people looking into different products in Russia and the cost and whether how much the inflation rate has been. And the cars is actually what we were looking at specifically. Look like foreign cars, Hondas actually, in this case, was they look like they gone up to between 7-12% in value or cost in the past 6 months, which is not due to actual value, it's due to inflation. So the inflation rate, the real inflation rate is much higher. Now, that's something that only probably the lower end people really feel a burn, those who are on a limited pension. But those who are at the upper end of the society, those who deal mostly in foreign currency like dollars, euros, are less likely to really feel that. In fact, they could benefit from that because the cost of services and goods in Russia becomes cheaper. Um, Keep in mind, wages tend to be sticky, which means that they don't necessarily flux to the value change of the ruble. Now, overall, the appointments he made replacing Shogu, who has had the couple of scandals recently, plus his general incompetence. I mean, Putin is aware that he's incompetent. Shogu was a terrible, terrible minister of defense, which was really good for Ukraine. Replacing with somebody who's going to be much more economically focused is not a positive. That's quite unfortunate. It'd been great if he'd used more cronyism, as he typically does, to have somebody who is totally incapable of doing their job. But we can still hope that the underlings, keep in mind, it's a massive system and it's a very entrenched system. I mean, it's a continuation of the Soviet Union. These are people, a lot of people, who have been there for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, or since the Soviet Union. So to actually be able to change that, just imagine it's like an ocean liner trying to change course. It's not going to make a 180 over, in the course of a few seconds. It's an entire long, long, long process. So Putin has done what would be strategically wise for Russia. But at the same time, it's not going to be easy for the top guy to do because there are so many different levers that he has to play with.
Jason, Putin's first trip abroad as newly inaugurated president of Russia will be to China. Xi Jinping has just returned from a trip around the European Union. How closely do you think Putin and Xi Jinping are coordinating their efforts of Russia's war against Ukraine?
Remember, I mean, Russia. So that's actually sort of, I think, one of the funniest parts of this entire saga between Russia and China. The Sino-Russian relationship has always been very complicated. Sino-Soviet relationship is also very complicated, of course. But in this case, let's look what the reality is. China benefits from cheap oil. China benefits from being able to sell its products within Russia at a chance where there's few other competitors at the moment, and to also be able to buy things up in Russia cheaply. Russia is only about 2% of the trade with China. That is to say, 2% of the trade that China does is with Russia, versus 55% or so, I think, if I remember the numbers correctly, is the United States and the European Union. China obviously has a much greater interest in what its Western allies think than what Russia thinks. So, though ideologically it might appreciate what Russia does, it appreciates the fact that it's causing problems for the West. I've always sort of likened it to the dumb kid in school who people put up to go do something, that will get him in trouble. They'll laugh and they'll, sort of encourage him because they think it's going to be a good time. But it's him who gets burned in the end. It's Putin here who's left holding the bag when it all goes south. And in this case, Putin has not a lot to go on. I mean, China is not going to risk its significant economic partnerships with the West. China is not willing to put its neck out in a significant way. It's only willing to, secondarily encourage Russia, but not to take any actual risk upon its own self. And that's what we've seen. We've seen that Russia was before the war started, really hoping that China would come through. The meetings with Xi Jinping, the days before the invasion began, they talked about a friendship that would last for an eternity, that had no ends to it, that was in perpetuum. And today we see that's obviously not the case. Russia is unable to count on China to do a lot of things that it had hoped. Now, China, just due to the nature of the state, I mean, it is a massive country. Obviously, Russia does use it for various different sources of sanction breaking and stuff. To which degree the Chinese government's directly involved is a different question. Chinese companies are obviously involved, but again, it is a very large country. To what degree is China tacitly approve of that or turn a blind eye? That's an excellent question. It's very hard to show. But undoubtedly, yes, China is aware that their country has been used to violate sanctions to some degree. But I don't see any evidence that China really wants to get involved in the nitty gritty of a war, which will only cost it. Keep in mind, China's got significant economic problems internally. Structurally, the country has significant economic problems, namely in the banking sector, the finance sector, but also look at the, what is it, 24% unemployment rate of people below the age of 25. It's incredibly high unemployment rate. There's very, very significant socioeconomic problems in Russia. Sorry, well, in Russia too, but in China. And China doesn't need to complicate those any further as to have significant tariffs put on their goods, which would then make the unemployment rate go even higher. Any dictator, including the current dictator of China, is most interested in their longevity. The way you guarantee your longevity is not to rock the boat too much, which might cause instability within your country. In the case of Putin, he really put his neck out. He's tightened the belt of Russia incredibly. I mean, the country is full totalitarian at this point, and it's just insane. I mean, there, it's it's. I'm trying to think of a country that's comparable other than North Korea, but it's trying to get to North Korea status as fast as it can. China is a country that is extremely controlled, of course. It is dictatorial, but they're also, I think, wiser to know why add more stress to our own economy or add stress to our own political economic system when it's not necessary. We can sort of sit this one out, let the Russians take the hard beatings, and we can benefit from it, being able to sell our goods cheaper to Russia at the same time by being sort of a broker between the West and Russia.
One final question, then I'll go to a couple of other hands here for you, Jason. Not sure if you saw the news of Sergei Surovikin, the Russian general, returning to the Kremlin, expected to be sent to Ukraine to direct the assault in Kharkiv and Sumy oblasts. Would you also expect Surovikin to quite quickly replace Gerasimov as the commander of Russian forces in Ukraine? And is this a significant change? Surovikin was disgraced, and now he's being restored by Putin.
So, it's sort of interesting. When you get to the Kremlinology of this all, like what's going on within the Kremlin, I think that there's a lot of different opinions, and they're very valid. And trust me, it's like fascinating to be reading what different people say and how to interpret who these different people are and what their roles are. But the more inside baseball you get, you realize that the Putin regime suffers from a few problems. One is that having decades lacking a meritocracy with just pure cronyism has created a serious problem. It's essentially incest. It's mixing bad with bad, bad blood with more bad blood, and producing more and more generations of bad blood. The Russians have chosen not to bring up new cadres of officers that are talented. They've just kept repeating what they were repeating a decade or 2 decades ago. They have not taken out the people who are truly not good. They've kept them in their places. And so Putin's stable of choices, who he can choose from, who's really talented, who can lead the forces, is really limited. So when he has to go back and take someone who was earlier pushed out and bring him back, it means he doesn't have a lot of other options. I mean, in any other normal military, and I'll set an example in the U.S. military, when Obama fired McChrystal, I think it was, General McChrystal, there was a replacement the next day. It wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal at the time. But in the fact of things, no, we have a ton of very qualified people who can lead the military. Russia doesn't. It has a very limited number of people. And that's why Putin, even the shakeup of his government, the people who he selected were names that anybody, and I'm talking every single position in that government of the senior level, were names that people have known for over 10 years, 15 years. It's unimaginable to me that in the US, imagine the senior leadership of the military didn't change for 15 years. You could predict who's going to get what position. It shows that Russia is really rotting from within. It doesn't have the ability, it does not have a long term ability to maintain what it does. So in the short term, perhaps it works out. But in the long term, if we look at another 5 years down, look at Patrushev. who was just, as we know, pulled off from being the Secretary of the Security Council. Now he's advisor to Putin on shipbuilding. Patrushev was a friend of Putin since the 70s or 80s, I guess it was 80s, in St. Petersburg. Patrushev's son, Dmitry, is the Minister of Agriculture. He was just made Vice Prime Minister of Agriculture and the Environment. But Patrushev is a great example. Like, I don't think the guy is incredibly competent. I don't think he's really excellent in anything that he does, but he's a very close friend of Putin's, so he's been kept around. And sure enough, his son got a job. Is he competent in what he does? Probably not, but he's kept around. But this is hurting the general economy of Russia. This hurts their general ability to do anything. The fact that they don't bring in new experts in national security, but keep repeating the same ones that Putin has used since the 70s or 80s, this is damaging the Russia. In the long term, Russia will pay a price for this through the drain that it has on their economy.
Just want to take this opportunity, Jason, because I know many listeners here tonight had been hoping to see Chuck Farrer, you and Chuck, good friends. Chuck, a good friend of this space. Chuck will be back with bullet points sometime in June. As I like to say, he's on a special mission. I think one of the most important missions of his life, by the way, but he will be rejoining MriyaReport in June. Aria, your question for Jason.
So I appreciate your comments and agree with almost everything you said. My question is pertaining to Sullivan. I agree with your comments and appreciate greatly you bringing them up pertaining to his thesis and his ideology as far as making peace goes, and the involvement in that in various debacles ranging from Afghanistan to Ukraine to, at the moment, I believe, with Israel. My question for you is, what do you think the odds of the administration, realizing sooner rather than later that that is not acceptable and that is hurting us and our allies, whether it is Ukraine or elsewhere, greatly? Because I agree with you. You had made a comment. I can't remember specifically what it was, but pertaining to, the US thinking that they can make peace eventually with Russia. And, what do you think the odds of that changing before it has drastic consequences further than what's already, happened? Thank you.
So in the case of Sullivan, there's a good thing that's happening right now, which is that we're approaching U.S. elections. So generally speaking, when U.S. elections happen, the president, one, becomes more hawkish, because generally speaking, there's an appetite for it in the population, and it shows decisiveness, which is the key indicator, or one of the key things in polling that indicates who's going to win an election is the more decisive candidate, in the perception of the public, is the one who wins. So Sullivan's sort of attitude of sitting on two stools, that is to say, well, let's, go 50-50 on these things. Let's not go all in. Let's just put, 1 foot in the water and get our feet wet before we jump in. And let's just keep our feet wet eternally without getting wet. That doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work at all. And so Biden is going to get more and more pressure to take more strong actions and resolved actions in terms of Ukraine and a wide number of other issues. I think what we see going in Guyana is a good indication of that. But overall, I think Sullivan's ability to inflict more damage on the United States' foreign policy is probably going to decrease before the elections, just because it's so obvious and there's so much criticism, including from Republicans, and that's actually a very good sign. Is the Republicans have realized, some Republicans, I can't say all of them, but some of the Republicans have realized that this is actually an opportunity for them. Why don't they attack the administration for not being more pro-Ukraine, or not sending the weapons fast enough, or not doing enough? Because they're trying to shift the blame off their own selves for holding up the vote for 6 months on Ukraine. Once again, and I'm neutral. I just want Ukraine to get assistance. I don't have a partisan pick on this one or the other, but I realize this is good for Ukraine. Because if the Republicans are going to make this a partisan issue, that means that the Democrats, that is to say the White House, also has a very strong interest then to say, no, we are doing everything we can, and we're actually excelling at that. So they would go further over than what Sullivan would recommend. Sullivan would always recommend, let's not do anything. Let's wait and see. Let's let's not get in too deep and escalate the situation. And if we can keep away from that mentality, the better. And I think that Sullivan's days, unfortunately, Samuel Sharap, his protege, who's located over at the Rand Corporation, just got promoted. He's now in charge of the Russia Eurasia desk, whatever his title is now. Funded by the way, the Koch brothers finance his chairmanship of that desk. But that crew as a whole has been totally wrong every single time. Every single time they've had a chance, they've been wrong about U.S. foreign policy. Um, but I think their ability to play ball now leading to an election is in decline. I mean, Biden, if he wants to win re-election, which right now he is not, he's down significantly in a lot of key states. In the 5 battleground states, he's down. He needs to come up with something more decisive. And I think giving a lot of aid to Ukraine, or for instance, liberation of Crimea before the elections, would play incredibly well for Biden and show a wartime president who is able to win a war. So my very high hopes, and my own background having worked in U.S. politics, is that I think that we will see a more aggressive White House in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much.
So my question that follows on that topic, kind of. You probably saw the Institute for the Study of War put out a piece about the glide bombs, Kharkiv, and air defense, and they did mention deep in the text that it's not completely clear what the U.S. policy is on defending the Kharkiv Oblast and Kharkiv City, but that the glide bomb range is 40 to 60 kilometers, and quite a number of villages or settlements, as they call them, 869 of them in Kharkiv Oblast alone, are within range of the Russian fighter bombers that released the glide bombs staying in Russian territory or staying over Russian territory. So, do you have any sense of? I only got a clip of Blinken's press conference in Kyiv today, but do you have any sense that the sort of illogic of that is being rethought in the Pentagon or in the White House or in Jake Sullivan's head?
Well, it's hard to know what's going on in Jake's head, but that being said, it's very clear that there's been a significant change. And once again, I don't want to be like so historical, but remember when the war started, the Germans were talking about 5,000 helmets. Today, we're having the Lithuanians, the Estonians, the Poles, and others, the French, talk about having their own soldiers, go to Ukraine to take different positions, support positions, but still boots on the ground. So there's been a significant change. So I mean, as much as Sullivan might live in his dream world, where everything's going to work out with a Good Friday agreement, and everybody's going to go home and things are going to be great. The Europeans are, I think, giving him a wake-up call. That's simply not going to happen. Fortunately, the British have been very strong campaigners about this issue as well, which I think is a strong influence on Americans, namely in DC. And so I think that overall they just realize this is not going to come out in the sort of clean scenario that they hoped, which is, we'll make a deal, everything will be fine. They'll take the eastern part of Ukraine, and there'll be a referendum. Maybe some people will be able to leave, they'll exchange prisoners, and we'll call it a day. They realize at this point that, one, the Russians have no interest in that. Two, the Ukrainians have no interest in that. Three, there's absolutely no reason to believe that would work. Because none of the partners in Europe think that will work. So, Sullivan is standing there by himself preaching, his message that nobody's buying. And I think it's going to become increasingly difficult for him to maintain this line, which is so distant from reality. So overall, I don't know if what they officially have said, but it is very clear. I mean, look today, Ukraine has just struck a number of different sites within Crimea. It looks like it was the Air Force Base in Crimea. All the same, we know that the Secretary of State is right now in Kiev. Undoubtedly, he knew this was going to occur. So I think it's a very good sign when the Secretary of State is sitting in Kiev while the Ukrainians are striking Crimea.
Yeah, I take your point. Events on the ground are going to dictate the logic of the situation, and kind of pie in the sky ideas about human nature or the thrust of history or the relevance of one set of diplomatic relations to another, um, just are going to fade into insignificance. Hopefully, I I share your hopes. Let's get, well, first of all, welcome Prince Heather, and second of all, let's go to Curry, and if hopefully you have a question for Jason.
Well, I don't have a question for Jason. Thank you very much. This is Curry. Um, I agree. I really have been informed by our former guests, speakers, comments. I live in northern Minnesota. It's in a purple district, and what I think about is about engagement of the local populace. When you talk to your local congressperson, and I live in a purple district, and it'll probably go to Representative Stauber the next election, from what I see. On the other hand, we have a neighboring congressional district whose representative is Tom Emmer, and he surprisingly was very supportive of some of the efforts for Ukraine a little bit earlier on here. That being said, I'm a retired gentleman, and so I talk with retired folks and construction workers. We get out for coffee and whatnot, and so on. We have a military base in my home city of Duluth. So I get to meet a variety of people, not only retired people, but construction workers, veterans, not only veterans, but active duty people, and so on. So we chatted up. And what is surprising well, maybe not surprising, in America, we have an ocean between us and Europe. We have an ocean between us and the Asian continent, and history sort of repeats itself. We really have sort of a sense of, I would term it, a false sense of security. Oh, it's over there. This is their war. Why are we involved? And it's sort of the 1939 to 1941 mentality. And I come from a very, very progressive background. If I'm not a leftist. If you would want to label me, I'm a Roosevelt progressive, and I'm my parents were older when I was born, and I have an interesting history, and I won't share that with you tonight. But the fact of the matter is, two of my neighbors fought in the Spanish Civil War, and I knew them as young boys when I was a young boy.
Can you share your point, Curry?
Well, the fact of the matter is, we have a certain naivete. Well, almost not a willful naivete, but we have a false sense of security here in the States. We are so far removed from some of the aspects of what has happened in Ukraine. Yes, it makes the news, but it's Malcolm Nance is no longer with talking with Bill Meyer. Maybe he does, maybe he has in between. But
what do you think we should do about it? We understand the problem.
I think on a local level, because of all of us who are involved in this process, we just like I do. My congressional district office is 5 miles away from me. I've gone up there on a regular basis. and they are not my enemies. They are my neighbors and my friends, and gratefully, and especially when our Congress has been not doing the right work, I've gone up there. You come
And how's it going?
Oh, it actually went quite well. I mean, my congressperson's staff person is just excellent. She was gracious, and like I said, these are not my enemies. These are my neighbors. And so, oh, we've seen you've called, 48 times, whether it was to Washington office or locally, and she brought up aspects of my own congressperson's positions, and I said, about different certain issues, and I said I don't disagree with you on most of them, but here's what it was. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, I got a call from their staff person 4 hours later, and we had a great conversation about the Ukraine situation. The fact of the matter is, wherever you are in this country, you have the opportunity to, and not only call the office, visit, and be involved, but you don't have to be coming in there like an insane person, or a person with a driving agenda. But you want to come at least from my perspective, coming from northern Minnesota. I want you to hear my story, and that has happened. So that being said,
Good. So you're calling us to that.
and over and above that, but what was kind of interesting, my own congressperson had voted against some of the things that we would support, but on the other hand, the neighboring congressperson, who's also of the same party, Mr. Emmer, voted for it because he's a House of Representatives majority whip. But now we see that this constant foolishness that happens because all of a sudden Mr. Johnson has gone down to Mar-a-Lago or wherever it was to do this stuff. I mean, it's just I don't know what a kabuki play in some way. It's just embarrassing. And but we have serious decisions to make. Anyways, thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate MriyaReport. And as I said, I'm a retired person. I get to talk to a few retired folks in my district, plus contract workers and military people, and so on, as we share coffee together. At the end of the day, support MriyaReport.org. You get every dime you give makes a difference. It makes a real difference for people online because I've lived in Europe. I lived in Europe for many years, and so as for myself, I think to myself, man, I can speak two languages besides English, and we just had in the last 2 weeks a flight that came from with people who were veterans, warriors from Ukraine, who came for prostheses here at a local hospital. I know things are being
Curry,
done.
We're entertaining our guest Jason, who doesn't get up very much.
All right, I will be quiet. I will shut up now.
All right,
thank you very much
Thanks for
thank
coming up.
you for giving me a voice, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. Slava Ukraini.
Swarom Slava. Jason, these set of attacks on the border and in Kharkiv Oblast, I've read a lot today that they're being contained. Some of these villages were right there on the border. The governor of the town, the one that starts with Vov, said, it was hard to dig the trenches appropriately because of all the shelling that was happening in the intervening months. But it seems like there's no great breakthrough. Is that the vibe that you're getting locally? as well?
Sorry, it's a mute. Yeah, that sounds right. The thing is this, is that we have to remember the areas that were taken were just not easily defended. The cost of life to defend them would be outstanding, given the fact that it's very unpopulated areas. It's largely large farming areas. It's fields, just fields. So, you can lose hundreds of people and eventually lose that territory. Or you can let the Russians get closer to major cities where you actually have artillery and which cannot be attacked by the Russians easily. And you have the ability to not only defend it, but to push the Russians back to repel them. So, I think it's a normal tactic in war. This is not unique to history. That Ukraine decided tactically, strategically, it was better to just hold back, give it some time. Um, and I do anticipate for the next few days we'll see that. And that's why I'm not, I tell you in advance, do not be alarmed to see Ukraine losing some villages in the coming days. It is not the end of the world, I assure you. It's look at a map, look at the elevation of the areas there. How do you defend those points? Much wiser. Give it some time. You get the positions where Ukraine has been dug out since the beginning of the war, where there's significant fortifications, and then the Russians will have a real fight. So until then, it's skirmishing, perhaps, to make sure that the Russians, don't just walk through everything. At the same time, is it worth, going all in and betting all your chips on it, so you lose hundreds or thousands of soldiers? Well, certainly not. It's better just to wait a little while.
Yeah,
Thanks
that
for
makes
that.
oh,
Go ahead,
yeah,
Prince.
I was just gonna say it makes complete sense. Besides the restriction of being able to fire into Russia, they could do nothing but sit and watch those guys just pile up and accumulate. Um, and because they couldn't.
You're cutting out for me, Prince.
My headphones died. Sorry, go ahead, Scott. You there, Scott?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Just emphasizing your point. Jason, do you have any insight that you'd like to share with us about what's going on in Tbilisi?
So the Tbilisi protests are actually very interesting as well. They've seemed to have grown. The parliament's accepted the law, which is not a good sign. But at this point, I think it's sort of a do or die moment. Since the parliament's accepted the law, either it'll become something really big, or it's going to fizzle. I mean, typically that's the way these things go. The unfortunate thing, and I think this is actually worth noting, the unfortunate thing about the Georgian law, the foreign agent law, which is modeled on the Russian foreign agent law, is that the Russian foreign agent law is modeled on the U.S. foreign agent law, which we call FAR, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which has been in existence since the 20s or 30s. I can't recall. Our law in the U.S. is incredibly vague. If you look it up, if you type in Foreign Agent Registration Act or FARA, and say, legal questions or something like this, which I did today actually with the lawyer who I was talking about for a lecture we're doing. It comes up, trust me, everything you can imagine from Foreign Affairs to The Economist to the New York Times has said that the U.S. legislation is intentionally vague so that, it can be used selectively. And quite unfortunately, and this is why I think the U.S. should be very careful in its domestic legislation, is it does have ramifications. The U.S. has only prosecuted, I think, 22 times somebody for FAR violations. But in all 22 times, though there's FAR violations, I assure you, every single day of the week. Why 22 times? Well, because they work for somebody who, the U.S. government wanted to get it. It would have the appearance that they wanted to get them on something. And the Russians have used that excuse for what they do, and the Georgians now are using that excuse for what they do. So, what does this all mean? I think that we have to tighten the legislation in the United States to make sure that it cannot be so vague that other countries, namely autocracies, model their legislation on our legislation. That's certainly not the example we wish to set. But as far as the protests go, it's an inflection point. Either it's going to happen or it's not. But after the parliament accepts the law, I guess the next step is the president signs the law eventually. And if that point nothing happens, then probably things go back to normal. Slowly but surely, they go back to normal, unfortunately. Because typically that's the way that protests work out.
Yeah, that's my big question is, um, I mean, I guess that's the question of how did the revolution of dignity um, escape that fate, I guess. Um, and are there lessons that Georgia can learn from Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a dictator trying to stay in power, when you use violence is actually a key lesson learned. And Russia is really good about that. So if you look back at the Revolution of Dignity, Maidan 2014, if you look back at the Russian Revolution, uh, you look at Bloody Sunday, the Russian Revolution, Bloody Sundays actually have occurred in other countries as well. But in all those cases, what happens is that actually tilts the population against the government. It becomes a decisive moment. And you want to avoid that. If you're a dictator, the way you keep power is by not having a decisive moment where people will say, I'm willing to go all in. The way that you avoid that is by doing anything to really upset them. So typically protests will die out over time. If you give it enough time, they will die out. People just go home, they get tired, they get cold, they get hungry, and they go home. But if you do something really radical, such as they did in Ukraine, and you start shooting people, then people get actually more agitated and they are not willing to give up any longer and they become more radical. And so, if the Georgian authorities are wise, which I'm hoping they're not, they will slow roll this. The president won't sign the law initially. He'll wait maybe a few weeks, a months, so time passes, and then do it sort of, in the heat of the night, on a Friday at 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. or 1 o'clock in the morning, and just sort of announce it casually, so that it doesn't attract too much attention. His objective would be, how do I make it so that less people are going to get upset by this? If he were to do it immediately, well, there's still tons of people in the street. They can stay in the streets and they can start to become violent. But if he wishes to prevent that, what he should do is try to do it as slowly as possible over an extended period of time, to avoid as much angst from the population as possible.
That makes a lot of sense. And so you think that the Revolution of Dignity was really when the cops started firing on the people, and then the parents came out and joined their kids in the square.
I mean, I'm sure that was undoubtedly the moment. And it's funny is I was not funny in the sense that odd. That period of time I recall very clear. For I was not actually in Kiev that day. I was in Moldova, but neither here nor there. We're watching the news. And what was interesting about it was it was clear that the just day before, I recall very carefully talking to people saying, yeah, it doesn't look like much is going to happen. It looks like this will probably just peter out eventually. There's a big amounts of people in the street, but eventually they'll just nothing's happening, nobody cares. They're just standing around. It's sort of like Occupy Wall Street or any of the other protests going on today in the United States. Eventually, nobody pays you attention. You just sort of don't see a point to it, and people go on with their lives. But when you realize that it's us versus them, and you really made that a delineating marcation through shooting people, then people are willing to go to really go all in, and that's what a dictator tries to avoid. So what's really interesting about the Russian government, it's something I learned. So story I'll quickly share. So I worked in Kyrgyzstan for 4 years for the U.S. government, a U.S. government program, I should say. And we worked the political leadership of the country, Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is a country that's what, 4.5 million people. It's about 15% ethnically Russian, about 70% ethnically Kyrgyz. The rest are generally ethnic Uzbeks, but there's also the Tajiks. But neither here nor there. Um, the country had a revolution on April 7th, 2010, had a prior revolution in 2005. But in 2000, I guess it was 11, I was giving a brief to the president of the country. At that point, it was a guy named Alzambek Atambayev. So when I was briefing the president, and I was young then, I guess I was like 25 years old, but I was giving a brief to the president. And as we're wrapping up, keep in mind, I was representing U.S. government interest in this meeting, and I'm trying to remember if there was someone from them, but it doesn't make a difference. But anyways, there was other people there, as this brief was wrapping, they said, "We have advisors here who are helping me. Would you mind sharing with them the polling results you showed us?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." So this girl gives me her business card, and she stuck out because she had blonde hair and blue eyes, which is quite common in Kyrgyzstan. But I remember her business card said Yedinaya Rossiya, which is United Russia, which is the political party of Putin. And I almost had a heart attack. I said, "Oh my God, what's this woman doing here? Why would she possibly be at our meeting?" And so, once we left the meeting, I inquired from the American side, not from the Kyrgyz side. And they said, "Yeah, the president likes to have advisors from Russia with him all the time." And I said, "This is crazy. How are we supposed to do work to promote democracy in this country if this guy is associated with these sorts of people?" Keep in mind, this is 14 years ago. Um, and the long story short was that Putin is one of the things he spends lots of money on is political advisors before elections and after elections, but also for dictators, how to keep dictators from falling apart. So there's a really good article, I think it's The Atlantic, if I recall correctly. I think it's called like the shop for broken dictators. Putin literally has squads of people he sends around the world to Venezuela, for instance, for Cuba, for instance, Nicaragua, for instance, uh, various African countries, where he sends them out to help dictators stay in power. What is necessary to maintain power? And the article is enlightening, fascinating, but there's been a lot of books written about the subject as well. But sort of, if you want to maintain power, Putin is an expert in it, quite clearly. I mean, he's been there for 24 years, 5 terms as president. He's very good at it. And his team has learned a lot about how you manage that. How do you make that work? And one of the lessons learned from that is do not use mass violence when avoidable. Because when you use mass violence, it's unclear what a herd will do, which way they're going to stampede. And so it's better to take caution.
Wow, that's a fascinating story. Thanks so much for sharing that with us. Prince, do you have questions for Jason? Then we'll go to Karen.
Actually, the only thing that sort of caught my interest is you said something earlier about the possibility of the liberation of Crimea before the end of the year. Do you think that there's any possible way that that could actually happen?
From everything I've seen, including from Ben Hodges, just because I interview him pretty often, I mean, not so often, but pretty regularly, is that, yeah, it is realistic. The way that would look, as far as I can tell, is that it would be attacking major airports as well as ports, as well as obviously the bridge. Because if you take out all the means that they have of transporting things back to Russia or from Russia, the peninsula becomes very cut off. At that point, it becomes actually problematic as far as resources go. So that would be the first step. From there on out, if Russia is not able to bring in more soldiers or more troops, it's going to be a complicated situation. Ukraine can strike the nearest Russian military bases that are inside of Russia. That would be the ones that are most likely to refuel or retank Crimea. So if they were to do that, Crimea would be sort of floating dead. At that point, how would Ukraine take over is a really good question. But it could, at that point, if you've substantially destroyed the Russian military bases and military infrastructure, it is possible to use aviation to bring and naval to bring Ukrainians to Crimea and to do what would be de facto an liberation, not occupation, sorry, liberation of the peninsula. Now, I don't anticipate that being taken back into the full uh, of collection of Ukraine. It would not be, just another oblast where people can freely do what they wish. I think that it'll be an entire process. But as far as it goes to Russia being able to execute immediate control of the territory, it is possible to wrest control from Russia. Yes.
Very good, thank you, and that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. I actually was reading something last week where it was saying that really the key to the possible collapse of Putin is actually to be able to have Ukraine take control of Crimea back. Do you agree with that also?
So, I didn't used to, and increasingly I believe, yeah, it is. I mean, increasingly I think that really is the secret to success. If Crimea is taken, and I really do believe at that point we might see Russians start to surrender in large numbers in other territories. Because at that point, to lose something that they consider to be so theirs, I just imagine it'd be like you've lost New York City. What do you do now? Do you really control the country or Los Angeles? If people really wonder, maybe things have gone south. Maybe it really has gone upside down. And I think the economy of Russia would cave at that point. I don't know how the Russian economy would be able to stick together. I mean, Crimea is obviously Ukrainian. That being said, in the eyes of Russians, it is extremely Russian. I don't know how to describe it to you. I really don't. I'm trying to think of a light comparison, but I guess it would be parts of the American South that thought they were independent, and no, it was put into them that you're not going to be. In their minds, many people might think that they were independent, but no, they lost, they're defeated, and they were forced back in, and it's the end of it. You've lost. And so, no matter what, imagine you lose major cities or Atlanta burns, the war is over. You've lost, and now you're part of the union. It's going to be, I think, a very similar situation for them.
Thanks. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that, and it's because we talked about it on our Understanding Genocide segment on Friday night, because we were talking about sort of the history of Crimea and the history of Crimea being genocided. And of course, with the 40th anniversary of the deportation that's in 1944, we're going to talk about it more this coming week. But this last week, we sort of went over how far back that goes with Russia and Crimea and the things that have happened, between the 1700s, 1800s, and today even, and thinking that we'll go, more into depth about 1944. But it's really, if you look at it, in that way and so completely, it's easy to see how Russia thinks it's theirs, but it is definitely not theirs. So thank you, Jason. I don't know if Scott, you have anything to add, and then we'll go to Karen.
Just that I think that's encouraging, and it seems more doable to me than liberating, fighting through all those triple trench lines of Surovikin when he was commander in chief before, and reclaiming the Donbass. And it seems more strategic to me too, in terms of Russian identification and loyalty, and the psychological effect of taking back Crimea, I think would be greater than reclaiming the Donbass. And so maybe a faster end to the war. Karen, do you have a question for Jason?
Well, yes, question and comment. I've been reading a lot of the posts about Secretary Anthony Blinken today, and it strikes me that a good diplomat has both hard and soft skills, because Anthony Blinken obviously has a hard skills and is very good academically, but after he got done with his meeting today, he seems to have a desire to connect with Ukraine's young people. He went to a bar, popular local bar, picked up an electric guitar, got on stage with a band, and did a very credible lead guitar and vocals of Neil Young's Rocking in the Free World. And looking at, I couldn't believe it. I thought, what a contrast. There's the academic man, the dignitary, and here's the human being, and a rather artistic soul. And I was going to ask you, Jason, what do you think would happen if Anthony Blinken, now that he has been in Kyiv, were to make a trip down to Georgia and take that guitar with him?
I see we lost Jason there for a minute, but he's on his way back up. We'll see if he heard what you asked, but I know that there's been some criticism about him going and playing tonight. So I don't know if you heard what Karen asked Jason or not, but I know that there has been big criticism of Anthony Blinken for going and doing that tonight.
Unfortunately, it cut off right. I heard he's playing a free world, and they cut off right as the question has been asked, and I apologize.
Oh, thank you, Jason. I was just wondering. I don't feel critical at all. I think it was an outreach to the people of Ukraine. Not just the government, of Ukraine, but also to the common people. But and I thought it was cool. But what do you think? Do you think Anthony Blinken should make a diplomatic trip to Tbilisi and try and talk to the government officials? And do you think he should take that guitar with him and maybe go out in the streets with young people?
So, I
Could
mean,
do some busking in the square.
exactly. He can fundraise for Ukraine as well. So no, it's. I think that ultimately, I see no problem with him going to this concert tonight or making his own concert. It's actually quite normal. The fact is, the U.S. government. You would be shocked to learn how much the U.S. government spends at the State Department to fly in singers, dancers. In fact, citing Kyrgyzstan again, I do recall that we flew in, not myself, the U.S. Embassy, flew in a group of rodeo experts from Texas to Kyrgyzstan. If you look on a map, that is literally the other side of the world, with their horses. And it's not cheap to ship horses. So they flew in a bunch of horses with a bunch of guys who do rodeo in order to show the Kyrgyz people that we also like horses. So, do I think Anthony Blinken, singing a couple songs was bad? No, of course not. I mean, I think that, and I can assure you, the Ukrainian press is very positive about it. If you read what the Ukrainian press said, they loved it. They thought it was very cool. They thought it was very neat. No, there was absolutely nobody complaining about it. And I did read on Twitter actually that people were down on it. I did not get an impression. I mean, and I'm not a huge fan of Anthony Blinken by any extent of the imagination. That being said, I thought it was great. Now, per Georgia, it's a hard situation. Listen, so we've had really big problems historically, namely during the Maidan, when Nuland showed up to the protest, and I don't criticize Nuland for her decision. Victoria Nuland came to the protest. She was 14, was handing out sandwiches to people. Russian propaganda has still not stopped a decade later, saying that she was fermenting revolution. What's interesting is that it really does appear, and I've had this conversation a lot of times with people that study Russia and Ukraine academically, it really does appear that Russia sincerely believes that she was fermenting revolution. The reason, or the greatest piece of evidence they have, is her handing out sandwiches at the Maidan. So, as stupid as that sounds, we have to be cautious as to how it is perceived by others. Because we are not fermenting revolution. I mean, what is happening in Georgia is truly the will of the Georgian people. There's truly a percentage of the population standing in the streets against this new law. That being said, I think that music is something that the U.S. State Department has believed for years and years and years is something that's a unifier. Actually, my colleague Ivana Stratner has written extensively about how jazz music was used by the CIA for decades as something that was countercultural in the eyes of the Soviet Union, but something that also drew young people in. And they said, "I want to be part of that. I want to be part of the West. I want to have Levi jeans." By the way, it was a huge thing in the '90s, or the late '80s and the '90s was Levi jeans. It's part of the West. But but music, namely jazz music or pop music, is the soft influence that the United States has globally. And I do sincerely, and I say this sincerely as somebody who studies international relations, who has a PhD in international relations, I do seriously say that soft influence of the United States, as stupid as it might sound, through things such as Hollywood movies or as pop music, even if it's sort of crappy pop music, is stuff that is played on foreign airwaves and it does influence people. They look at that and they think that's cool, that's neat. I want to be part of that. That's part of the United States. And it does have a huge influence, which is very hard to calculate. And how would we show how it influences people? But the number of people you meet, as anyone here that's lived overseas will know, will tell you there's a lot of people you meet who speak English. They'll say, I learned just listening to American songs, or I learned watching American movies. The influence that music has and television has and movies has on foreign populations is actually quite impressive. And why America's soft influence is, I think, one of our most powerful tools in diplomacy, though very understated as far as a foreign policy objective.
Neat answer. Thanks for that. I love the rodeo in Kyrgyzstan. That's that's pretty cool.
Dude,
I'm, I'm
your lifetime of taxes was for like one cow to get to Kyrgyzstan.
yeah, right. Well, that's because I don't make big money, so that's okay.
That's pretty
That
funny.
it's nice that they still have their horse culture as well. I mean, I don't know how prevalent it is in the capital,
Shit,
but
you know the top. So I'll tell you funny. Sorry, I'm getting to the ADD on Kyrgyzstan, which is not the intention. But I'll tell you a funny horse story. So the national sport they have in Kyrgyzstan is the same one they have in Afghanistan. The name of which is going to skip my mind now. It's Butch or something. But it's where they have the dead cow. Oh, sorry, dead sheep. They throw back and forth as they're riding horses. It's sort of like polo, but with a dead sheep with the head cut off, and they throw the carcass back and forth. That's the national sport in Kyrgyzstan as well. But more to the Kyrgyz side of things. So the horse is a major figure in their society and their culture and their history, um, and it plays a significant role because it's historically a pastoral society. That is to say, they're sheep herders, and so when the horses showed up, that was a huge boon for them. Keep in mind, they're part of the Silk Road that Marco Polo explored and everything else. By the way, did you know that Saint Matthew is buried in Kyrgyzstan? But neither here nor there.
I did not know that. I'm
So
glad to know that.
See, I will enlighten you with the knowledge of the Kyrgyz today. Now, but the funny thing is that going back to the horses, though, is that they're also big on the horse meat. So when you go somewhere, it was always sort of a hang up for me. Was I'd always try to clarify which meat we were eating because I don't know. And I've had horse meat plenty of times, thanks to been there for so many years, but it's not my favorite thing. Nor is horse milk, which they also sell in the stores next to the normal milk. And so I always try to avoid it. But it is so common and so routine, and it would be hard to find a Kyrgyz. And if there's a Kyrgyz here, I'd love to argue with them if anything's wrong. But it would be hard to find a Kyrgyz who calls himself Kyrgyz who doesn't know how to ride a horse well. And when I say well, they all seem to know how to ride a horse as well. Because I'd always give shit to my colleagues who grew up in the cities that, oh, you can't really ride a horse. But sure enough, they send me their videos from when they're on vacation. No, they really can ride horses like John Wayne. It's pretty impressive.
Where do they learn that? If they grew up in the city, they go to like summer camps and
Summer
learn it
camps.
there.
No, it's because the majority of the population up until 1963 or so was nomadic. So they'd always lived in these things called yurts, which are like big tents. You can Google yurt, Y-U-R-T, and see what it looks like. So they lived in these things called yurts, and they were nomadic. So they'd move with the sheep as they were grazing. So in the summertime, they were in the higher lands, and in the winter times, they're in the lower lands. And Kyrgyzstan is 96% mountainous. So the tallest mountain, by the way, is called Mount Lenin. Vladimir Putin Peak is, I think, the third largest, if I recall correctly. But neither here nor there. So the Kyrgyz would be with their sheep, going all over the place. But in the summertime, was a special time where they go to Jailu. So Jailu is like the pastures. And then Jailu is where they would go out, and it's virtually everybody you will ever meet. Not, yeah, I mean, most absolutely everybody who has family in the country, which is everybody, because everyone has 10 brothers and sisters. It's a very, very small country. Is they will go out to Jailu with their families, and they bring a ton of sheep, and they ride horses all day through the mountains and things like that. It's very picturesque. It's a beautiful country, wonderful country, very nice people. And on the sides of the roads, you drive down the roads. They have sheep that are tied by their front and back. It's not paws, hooves, um, hooves, and they're just sort of tied up on all fours. And you come up and buy a sheep like you buy, I don't know, a watermelon on the side of the road. I don't know if they do that in America, but it's common in Eastern Europe. So you roll up and you just buy it off the side of the road, and they have sheep and they throw it in your trunk. You buy a few live sheep, throw it in the back of your trunk. You head off to the Jilo. There's some horses out there, and you just ride all summer.
So the Jilo is name for the encampment or the celebration or the location?
Jilo, I think it would mean like pastoral grounds. I will look it up. because I actually don't remember at this point. I should know that word, but it's in English would be spelled JAI-LOO. LOO. And so what it is that it is the area that's, I think, the higher areas, which is where you would go in the winter, sorry, in the summertime, because that's where it's gonna be cooler, and it's also where it's green still. Whereas is the lower lands, which become sort of, overheated in the summertime, so the sheep don't have as much to eat.
And the flocks of the sheep are theirs or their relatives or
So the sheep. So that's actually a good question. So everybody, because once again, everyone's got huge extended families. Everybody has sheep. I mean, every sheep. Sorry, plural sheep. Everyone has sheep. Absolutely, everybody has sheep. And if they don't, undoubtedly their relatives all have sheep. But once again, to buy a sheep on the side of the road, which is the poor little animal is bound up. But anyways, you buy that little guy off the side of the dirt road. It's, I guess, about, back then it's about 100 US. Maybe it's less. Maybe it's about 75 US. They buy them off the side of the road and they just toss them in your trunk. And you put like 5 or 8 live sheep in your trunk and roll over there to whatever. But when you go to a funeral, for instance, they would. I remember it was a funeral one time for the chief of staff, the president's brother, and they killed, I think it was 5 uh, horses. Yes, horses. And then there's a bunch of sheep meat as well, but there's the 5 horses, and that was the main course for this funeral dinner.
Oh, delightful. No.
wow.
Now, see, I see a big, huge difference. I mean, this sort of going back to the idea of Anthony Blinken going to Georgia right now, going to Tbilisi right now. I totally think that this would be, like you said, with Victoria Nuland tried to be spun as, look, the U.S. is doing blank, but I see that the heads of some foreign relation committees from Czech, Finnish parliament, and Polish parliaments went to Tbilisi this week, and they did. No, I'm sorry, today or yesterday, and they did walk with the protesters. Now that I thought was really cool and really appropriate because the goal here of these protesters is to be part of the EU. Do you see a difference in that also?
And it makes perfect sense. But once again, I fully support the protests in Georgia, of course, undoubtedly. That being said, I think that Georgia is in a very difficult situation. One, I think the majority of the European countries have been very clear that Georgia will not join the European Union. So they're not, I mean, look on them just geographically where they're located, they're in a very difficult situation to make the argument. Of course, they should be part of the European Union. They are European people. It's a European country. I've spent many times, I've been there not less than probably 10 times. And so I wish the very best for the Georgian people. That being said, I think that they're in a very, very difficult situation. Now, what I think they should demand, and they are demanding, is European standards. They should demand the European quality of life. Whether or not that means membership of the European Union is sort of irrelevant. They should want a European quality of life, and it's something they have a right to, which is, say, a modern quality of life and a modern human rights and a justice system that corresponds to that. So I think that the European countries, once again, we should separate what happens in European countries and the United States. It is very easy, and so I'm not saying this in a critical fashion. Please understand me. But I think it's very easy to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs of a country like Estonia or Lithuania or Latvia and to make very bold proclamations. Because at the end of the day, there's very little that actually you have to do as a result of those statements. Because your foreign policy is wholly dependent on what the United States will do for you ultimately if something were to backfire. Countries like the United States don't have the same luxury. What they say actually does matter, and the consequences are much, much higher. And so I think the United States has to be much more calculated in what it says. It is very easy, and if we look at a country that I love very much, Lithuania, which I've spent a lot of time in, and the foreign minister of Lithuania, current foreign minister, I know, I've known for many years, um, and I'm not speaking about him specifically, but I'll say all former foreign ministers. Um, I think it's been under the former president is another example, is it's very easy for her or the former foreign ministers to be critical of Russia, say, well, you can't do anything about it, you won't do this. Well, why does the United States act so boldly? Because Lithuania's security is 100% based on the United States. And to say something that's very populistic against Russia is very easy. But you know that realistically, you're not going to be the one that pays the bills to the Americans. So it's very easy to make these statements. When it comes to the United States, they have to be much more cautious because they actually are concerned about what it means for other countries, not just Lithuania, but also what it means for the Balkans, what it means for the United States, what it means for Western Europe, or for other allies, or for countries like Ukraine that are not aligned with NATO or with any other country, with any other pact. Um, Therefore, why make this point? I make this point simply is that I think that the United States needs to be much more cautious than other countries are cautious. Now, that being said, the other extreme of that is the idiot that we have named Sullivan, who continues to destroy U.S. foreign policy through his overcautiousness, where he's actually absurdly ridiculous in trying to, I think, provoke another world war by not taking action. So he has done the other extreme of that, which is not what I'm proposing either. I'm saying that what is said publicly by the United States is quite a bit different than what can be said publicly by a different country, which is not actually directly responsible for its own national security, such as many countries in Europe.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the balance seems hard for this administration to find. ah,
I think the balance.
so what else is?
I think
Oh, go
I
ahead.
think the balance, plain and simply, is hard to find. Yeah. So yeah. And I know that we asked you earlier, Jason, about this law and what the effect would be. But I know that I've read a couple of articles recently about what the effect can have on some of the charity organizations, because it's media activists, organizations, activist groups, and media outlets receiving more than 20% of their funding from abroad must register with Georgia's government as agents of foreign influence. And so then that means agencies, oh, I don't know, like Caritas, because that's what I have in front of me, um, will will be in this position, and the funds. Caritas started getting some money from the state, but it's still not enough to operate that to operate. But those funds cover 50% of their expenses. So where does the other 50% come? They shelter street children and small group housing with children without parental care and those kinds of things. Do you see that yet? There we go. See, I triggered that. Oh, look at that! You trigger the author. Go ahead, Jason.
I mean, I think that Caritas probably wouldn't be too alarmed if it had the register, because it's, as I understand the law, only as I understand, if I correctly understand, it only applies to organizations that are doing some sort of political work, not ones that are doing not apolitical work. Now, if I'm wrong, it still wouldn't change anything. Okay, Caritas register says the Vatican gives us 50% of money. How does that change what Caritas is doing? I don't think it changes their actual outline of work. In the United States, by comparison, any organization that receives even 1% of the money, or receives direct, by the way, 0% of your money, but is under the orders or under the influence of a foreign entity, must register. So, for those, for instance, who are doing work with Ukraine, who are receiving email updates from the Office of the President saying, these are our top priorities, you should register with FAR by U.S. law. You're being influenced by a foreign government. So the U.S. law is, I would argue, actually more strict. So I'm actually more concerned by the U.S.'s cracking down on what I think is our democratic and free speech rights in America. But neither here nor there, I don't agree with what Georgia is doing either. Both can be wrong at the same time. Nobody has to be right. So I think that ultimately what we see is going on is that, yes, Georgia does require that. I think why Georgian civil society is alarmed by that is that there's a lot of organizations that receive money from foreign organizations, including USAID, including the U.S. government, including the State Department, including the Soros Foundation, including, it never ends, a long list of organizations. They would all have to register. Now, what makes Russia's law sort of obscene, and I don't know how the Georgian law would play out, but the Russian law, at least, whenever you mention that organization in the press, you have to say, is a foreign registered agent that is considered to be, this is legally these terms they use, and it's like 20 words. So you'll be reading a newspaper article, and it'll say, And then the Youth Activity Center, then 20 words saying that foreignly financed by foreign government that isn't under control, that's registered with our government, has said that they are going to be doing this. So the Russian law is sort of absurd. I don't know what the Jordan law pretends to do. Obviously, I think it's really the real intention of it is to try to control foreign finance in the country, because the government, Ivanishvili, which is the current leadership of Georgia, is one that is anti-Western and very much so opposed to, to the interest of the United States, opposed to the interest of Europe. As their leader, has made his billions of dollars in Russia. So I think that's the real intention behind the law. But as far as the actual law itself goes, it's probably the less alarming part. The more alarming part is, what does it portend for the future? What it portends for the future is, in fact, close relations with Russia. So the actual spark point, I would argue, and I'm not Georgian, but I would argue the actual spark point here is not as much as legislation as what it portends for the future.
Thanks. And I have a thought, but I want to go to Gina first because I was reading her article. Go ahead, Gina.
Hey, thanks. Hey, Jason, good to hear you. I actually have been interviewing the folks from Caritas, Georgia, a couple of times, and they were alarmed when this came up last year, and they're even more alarmed now because, and I agree with you that the long term is really the deeper concern, but even in the immediate, this Russian style law is going to really impair their funding, because they get currently well more than 20% of their funding obviously comes from abroad. Actually, it's more to the tune of 50%. And they're doing the heavy lift for Georgia's government in terms of social services, a broad range of services, including to the poor, the homeless, women who are in domestic crisis situations. So I just spoke with them, the other day, and they're really just like, we don't know what we're gonna do. It's just really gonna make life hard in the short and the long term. And there's also a fear, and I know this was the case in in Moldova too, when I'd spoken with Caritas workers and diocesan workers there, that also bleeds over into religious persecution. That, like, for example, in Georgia, the Caritas team told me that some of the priests are actually in the protest because they're well aware it's not just a question of standing in solidarity with those who are served and also their concerns for the nation, but it's also a sense that the religious freedoms will be encroached upon. And I think they're looking ahead at what the occupation officials have done in occupied Ukraine, where they've actually banned the Catholic Church in occupied areas and confiscated property, and kidnapped priests and such. So there's a whole kind of cascading effect that they're anticipating with this. That's truly frightening to them. So I just wanted to throw that in there because I'd happened to talk to those folks recently, and in fact, I just messaged them again today for another update. So, but good to hear you, sir.
Good to hear from you too, Gina. No, the thing is, as I said, I think the long-term effects is what I'm actually alarmed by. It's less the short-term effects. I mean, Foreign Agent Registration Act of the United States dictates, and I encourage you all to Google it so you can read for yourself how poorly written the law is. It says that anyone that's under the influence of a foreign entity. So, as finance is not a direct corollary to that, it could be just anybody's under the influence or direct orders of. I think it'd be a very reasonable argument to say that the Catholics, or Caritas in this case, would fall under that category. The Justice Department has just chosen to not prosecute that. That doesn't mean that they could not prosecute that. They very well could prosecute that if they so chose to. I mean, just look at the prosecution of firearm in the U.S. law historically. It's intentionally vague because it's a catch-all when there's no other way to catch people. Just please just look up the prosecution of people under firearm in the United States. And that's why I worry that we've set a bad precedent through that legislation for other countries, through our own bad housekeeping, as far as how easily you can prosecute somebody because it's desirable to prosecute that person. It opens the gates for future legislation in other countries that is stuff that we do not want to see. In the specific case of Caritas, Georgia, I can't speak to the specifics because I don't know them. I will say that I think that any organization, of course, would not want to have to register where their finances come from, though it is, by the way, presumably in their taxes already. What this changes is simply that they have to make that public. Public financing, where your financing comes from, is made public in the United States either way through your 990 documentation from the IRS. All charities in the United States have to file 990s, and your 990 is public in the United States. In other countries, it does not operate that way. Now, I think the bigger concern is not the religious organizations, is the political organizations, namely those who have links to the US government or to Soros, are probably the two biggest ones that will come up, because they're the ones that receive probably, I would guess, the most amount of money from abroad that is opposing the current government of Georgia. And they then are now put at risk and being able to organize activities against the government of Georgia without being labeled as foreign agents who are operating against the state of Georgia. And that's the actual intention behind this law.
Yeah, I would think that is completely the intention, is to consolidate power and to prosecute those who are perceived to threaten it, whether they are threatening it or not. That's part of the dictator's handbook, I would think.
Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, one other point the Caritas Georgia workers stressed to me, and you probably already mentioned this, and I apologize because I jumped in late here, is the media restrictions, because they said this is going to gut any independent media operating in Georgia. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Jason, if those fears are founded, but that's what they kept stressing to me, that there wouldn't be any media freedom as a result of this law.
I simply don't know the law that well, so I don't want to speak to it. But I will say that there was just recently a mini scandal in Moldova about this same question. Moldova has put restrictions on media, that all the financing of media entities has to be made public. Those who can't justify where the money comes from lose their broadcasting licenses. Moldova is a pro-European, pro-American government under Maya Sandu, who's studied at Harvard. That being said, they now are sort of facing a scandal because they have closed down a lot of media sources that were pro-Russian. By the way, they were anti-European, anti-American, pro-Russian, openly pro-Russian, very clearly pro-Russian. But they were closed down. The argument being very simple, though. Where's your money come from? You have to justify how you're paying these people. And they couldn't justify the money, so they got closed down. So it raises a question. Is that ethical that we've closed down these entities because they did violate the law, or is that trying to silence a type of free speech? It is an opinion that's different from the government's free speech. My viewpoint would be very strongly aligned with the current government of Moldova's, which is that, listen, there are some actors who are bad actors, and their intentions are bad. And that's why Russia puts out this information through, let's say, Russia Today, and that's why they should be closed down. Yes, that might appear to be anti-democratic, but is in fact not anti-democratic, because the intention of the other actor is to destabilize a democracy. And so in this case of Georgia, I cannot speak to specifics, but in general, I think transparency as far as media and its financing goes is generally a positive for the general civic population.
Thank you, Jason. And actually, I was actually going to ask you about the implications for journalists. That was the next question I had in my mind. So thank you for asking that, Gina. Scott, any ideas here next?
Well, I guess the other things that I'm following a lot, we've kind of talked about the offensive in Kharkiv and not to panic about it. The reorganization in Russia that I've been following quite closely, and the economy of Russia, the oil refinery attacks. We haven't really talked about that with Jason. Have you noticed? You said you were talking about the economy with the people you were with earlier this evening. Did you talk about oil and more specifically gasoline prices? And do you see that having a growing effect, or are they finding ways around that?
Russia's facing serious energy problems. I mean, the price of oil globally has gone up a little bit recently, but within Russia itself, there's a deficit of gasoline. They don't have the production capabilities to keep up with what they have. Russia lost just last month, I think it's actually a month before last. They lost 12.5% of their production capabilities for refining oil. At this point, they're probably closer to 17% or so. If Ukraine keeps striking these facilities, let's just imagine if Russia loses a quarter or half. Keep in mind, oil and gas make up 28% of the Russian budget. So if you were to cut off, let's say, 20% of the Russian budget or 18% of the Russian budget, it is a substantial loss. I mean, Russia is not able to cope with that. Their internal economy is not elastic enough to take this sort of a hit, and it has no other replacement. There's not something else nearby where they'll just sort of boost production of rubber bands. And what does Russia produce? And that's always the question since I was in college. They always ask, and what does Russia produce? And think about it. I mean, when I think about Japan, I can think of cars, I think of pens, I think of computers, I think of a lot of things that Japan produces. It's an island and it produces a lot of things. When I think of Russia, I cannot think of a television I would buy from Russia or a car or a microwave or a stove or a sofa or a rug. What do you actually see in stores that's made in Russia? They don't produce anything. They produce nothing for mass sale to the external audience. There's nothing that Russia produces. Russia as a country is very, very dependent on the resources that God gave them, um, because they themselves have developed nothing. They have nothing of export value. They export to their immediate neighbors some things, such as fruits or whatever, but it's not to the scale necessary to be worldwide. But it's to a local, regional level, perhaps. But that's all they have. Russia has nothing else. So if Russia continues to be attacked on the oil and gas level, its ability to wage war decreases.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking 18% would have those effects, that's doable. I mean, if we're at 12 and a half, I've read other articles that say as much as 15%. Um, but so 18, getting to 18 to 20, um, that seems plausible in the, let's say, month ahead. And that combined with attacks on Crimea, those could be turning points in spite of whatever reorganization the Putin administration is undertaking at the moment. That's assuming they can hold the front line somewhat, but
That too.
what else are you following, Heather, that Jason might have a sort of insider view on?
Well, I can tell you one thing. I was really I'm glad to see you, Jason. It's really good to talk to you. Um, I was really happy to hear what you said about Kharkiv, and that is, I think that a lot of people are feeling very down about that and feeling rather panicky about that. But I think if you look at it from the perspective that you put it, it makes complete sense. And I am I hate to say I'm glad that they're dealing with it this way. Sometimes, like you said, it's better to give up a little bit of land than give up a whole lot of personnel, a whole lot of equipment. And that's one of the things that we have seen actually in the last couple of days, record breaking Russian casualties on the daily reports. And really that's been going on for quite a while. I think they're on track to hit 500,000 by the end of this month rather easily at this point if it keeps up. But we had the 1740 day 2 days ago, and then the 1400 day yesterday. And both of those, I mean, the 1400 day would have been a record breaker if the 1700 day hadn't happened. And so I think that they're treating Russia in a very, very good way in that sector, in that area, and giving up some land in order to be able to attrit Russia that way. Um, but they seem to have an endless supply of people and an endless supply of equipment. Do you see that becoming more and more of a problem? I mean, aside from, only having a T-34 in the May 9th parade?
That's a good question. No, Russia is obviously suffering. I mean, it's not going so well. It looks like it's going well. It's not. And every time you build a tank, it means somebody's pension is not getting paid. Russia cannot sustain this forever. Listen, and a president, I don't want to mislead anyone. Things aren't great, but they're not horrible either. It's just they suck. And they've sucked though for 2 years, so it's nothing new. We're gonna have to get through it. We're gonna have to battle through it. We're gonna have to continue doing what we're doing. But Russia has not got the ability to, for the long term, to be able to outman Ukraine in conventional sense. If this was hand to hand combat, or if this was bow and arrows, obviously Russia would dominate Ukraine like 2 years ago. Fortunately, thank God, it's not. Ukraine's actual population today is about 23 million people. Why? Because there's about 6.7 million people who are refugees in Europe. There's 10 million people living under the Russian occupation. There's a couple of million more who have escaped to other parts of the world. 23 million. Russia's 140 million. So why hasn't Russia just dominated the place yet? Western artillery, Western weapons. It's the only reason. It's the only one reason. 7 times more people, and somehow the Ukrainians are still there. And they've lost very little territory. In fact, they've gained territory since 2022. So why did that all happen? Western weaponry. So even though the Russians have a huge population, the Ukrainians have superior technology. And superior technology in the end is what wins wars. Those who had the bow and arrow definitely had a hand up or a leg up over those who had just a rock to throw. And the guy who had a spear to throw had had a hand up over the guy who had just the rock to throw. But ultimately, when the guy showed up with the gun, he's able to beat all those guys. But when the guy showed up with the machine gun, he's able to beat all the guys with the guns. But when the guy showed up with the uh, avionics and the airplanes and was able to bomb them, he was able to destroy all the guys with the guns. So ultimately, history shows that war progresses and technology progresses, and those with the newer technology are those who win.
Well, that's encouraging. So, do you feel like the U.S.? I mean, I didn't feel like Blinken was super convincing today, citing as the reason why you can trust the U.S. to be there with Ukraine that there was a reasonably lopsided vote in both houses of the U.S. Congress. But I guess the question to you, I mean, you're sort of like all of us, although you might have more contacts in Washington D.C. and in Congress. Do you feel like the U.S. will be able to make good on Blinken's promise today? I mean, I don't think I would trust it that far if I were the Ukrainian leadership.
No, they shouldn't. I mean, the Prime Minister of Niger today said, looking at how the United States has failed its allies such as Ukraine and Israel, we see no reason to believe that they will fulfill their promises to us either. And they expelled the U.S. troops. They expelled the U.S. troops there. So what this leads me to say is that, yeah, you're right. In this case, though, I think that the U.S. will come through, especially because it's election season. Biden has all the needs to come through very soon and to fulfill his promises.
From your lips to God's ears, I hope it works out that way. I do agree with your point that it looks better for an election to be forceful. That is, that's just sort of a human nature thing.
You also mentioned the power of blackouts. I've also seen, and you mentioned today in a tweet that the power blackouts are starting to come again, and they're hitting all the way across the country right now, right? Are they hitting you guys like 12 on, 12 off?
It depends on the city, but in Kiev, no. In Kiev, it's on evenings or nighttime. In the rest of the country, though, it's different. Lviv today was several hours out light. The northeastern part of the country is going to have significant losses of power. And it's part of the larger Russian strategy, which is that they want to deprive the areas that are easy. that they would like to invade northeastern parts. They would like to deprive them of energy because when the winter comes, they will not have heating. If they don't have heating, those people have to be evacuated. When those people are evacuated, then it'll be easier then to wage war against those cities and to occupy them. So that's actually Russia's objective with this general strategy. But either way, I appreciate everyone's time. I have to actually run, but it was good talking to you all.
Thanks, Jason. Have a great sleep quickly.
Thanks for spending some time with us. I think the sun has risen in Kiev already. I know that it has. It is 6:30 in the morning now. Get some rest, Jason, and thank you. And you're always welcome here anytime. We appreciate you popping up. I appreciate it very, very much. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Um, so Scott, since Jason is leaving us, I guess that means that you and I have to make some conversation or something, don't we?
Yes, ma'am. We are on point.
Well, I think actually after hearing from Jason about the effects on power in the country overall, and he mentioned very specifically the northeast of the country, whereas the northeast of the country, Kharkiv. I think that leads us into a perfect opportunity to say that we are currently, of course, raising funds for solar power generators and power banks for Kharkiv very specifically. And what I wanted to say about that is, these are going to be going to hospitals. These are going to go to medical facilities. These are going to places that need these things in order to be able to do what they do. Everybody knows by now, one of my favorite videos is of the baby being born. Everybody knows that. I mean, because that one power generator that was donated by somebody else, but we have the opportunity to donate one too, right? That power generator that they had there was able to power that operating room so that that baby could be born by cesarean section. And that's what's better than being able to help a life come into this world, and a hope for Ukraine for a generation to come. And that is just it moves me every time I watch that video. In fact, I haven't watched it in a while because it moves me so much. And then, we look at the other video that shows the work of New Use Energy over the past 2 years, and we see MriyaReport stickers on some of the power units in that video, and it's absolutely wonderful, and I love seeing those. But one of the ones that hit me and impacted me the most was the one where it's powering the freezer or refrigerator for the blood, because keeping that blood useful is so important. And if you don't have power for that, you're not going to be able to keep that blood in a useful state. So if you have 5, 10, 15, a dollar, whatever you can afford, we would really appreciate it so that we can provide these power units. I know that we've already done the work to get one of them on its way. And I think we're pretty close if we haven't I don't know that we've reached the spot for the second one yet, but I haven't checked. But
We're getting close.
we are getting very close, I believe. And so, the more that we can supply these guys, the better they're going to be able to power the things that need to be powered. And it will do Kharkiv a really good service. It will do good for their population, and it will save lives. It will save lives in a big way, and that is what it's all about. That's why these power generating donation fundraisers mean a whole lot to me, because these go into hospitals and they save lives. And so, anyway, if you can donate, please do. And I always say, don't limit yourself. If you can give $10,000, we're not going to say no, thank you. We would appreciate that also, but we know that's not a very reasonable goal to have on a regular basis. And so, $1 can make a difference, because $1 on $1 and on top of another, it all ends up adding up, and eventually we get to our goal, and that makes a huge difference. So if that's all you can afford, $1 is enough because your $1 is going to help power Kharkiv. So thank you guys very much. There, the first link in the nest is to that. And I did forget to mention that I did put Gina's tweet with her most recent article regarding Caritas and the new Georgian law. It is second to the nest. So if you want to go read a little bit more about that, that is up there. Absolutely fabulous. Something I never thought of, but want to make sure that we're supporting the Georgians. I have been trying to keep track of it, and actually, I tend to get myself a little distracted because I watched so many protests in 2020 that I've been sending videos of how Portland protested and the things that they should be doing. And I am concerned for the safety of these protesters, just like I'm concerned for the safety of every Ukrainian too. But they could be doing some things to protect themselves, and yeah, it's important that we support them. It's important that we support Ukraine. But there we go. If you can donate, please feel free to. And Scott, back to you or to Karen, whichever one you would like to go to next.
Yeah, I would like to go to Karen. I have some stuff, but we
Well,
always
so do
love to
I.
have hands.
I have some stuff
No,
too, but
I'm sure
hands,
I'm sure you do.
yeah, hands are more important,
That
Scott.
wasn't a dig.
Yeah, I know,
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
know it wasn't a dig,
Go
Scott.
ahead.
You and I haven't talked enough lately. That's all I have to say about it. That's all I have to say about it. So let's hear from Karen then.
Well, since you're looking for a topic, I was really, really impressed with this article I read in Politico about the Black Sea off of Romania being developed for natural gas. And we discussed that several months ago, but they're continuing to do it. And it looks like the project is called Neptune Deep. And they're, looking at it as an investment in energy security. It's not just a moneymaker for Romania, but this could be really significant this winter when it gets cold. If they can bring in natural gas from Romania, and that would be great. And of course, if Russia messes with them at all, Romania is a NATO country, and they better not mess with them. Or, Article 5. But that it is good to see this progressing, and they're looking for at a 2027 deadline when Romania's goal is to become Europe's #1 natural gas producer. And this is great because they completely replace Russia, and that replacing Russia is a good idea. That makes good economic sense.
So what's the status of the project at the moment?
Well, it's continuing to go well.
Have they started drilling?
Yeah, oh yeah. And yeah, like I said, they're making progress. The capacity is very large. They're looking at getting approximately 8 billion cubic meters a year, and they didn't specify a number of years, but when they start going full bore, in 2027, that's what they want to be producing each year. And of course, it's not up to that now, but they will be producing gas this winter, and that will be good for Ukraine. And I'll send you the article.
All right. Sounds good. That's encouraging. We're all for energy security in non-Russia, not Russia
Absolutely. Energy security and not Russia is always a good thing. So, Scott, you say you got some topics. You tell me what you got on your mind, man, because you get to co-host 1, 2 nights a week. I get to co-host 7.
Okay. Well, I wanted to talk about defense for Kharkiv glide bombs. Is that okay?
Glide bombs in Kharkiv. You are more than welcome to talk about glide bombs in Kharkiv. I think that glide bombs in Belgorod are rather interesting too, but glide bombs.
Yeah, I saw a picture of a hole with that headline.
There's so many freaking holes. I think it's like over 20 now that they have dropped on accident. It's like, dude, you're bombing yourself. It cracks me up. But go ahead. Talk to us about glide bombs in Kharkiv.
I'm not so troubled about that. I'm more troubled about the ones that get to
I'm
the other
not
side of the
troubled
border.
about it. I think it's hilarious.
No, I know. I didn't misunderstand you. Okay. So basically, this article is a deep dive into the effect of U.S. policy of not using U.S. weapon systems in Russian territory. And so the bit, I mean, there's lots of problems about it, but this is kind of a humanitarian slash, heart of the operation. This isn't like the strategic operation of hitting refineries within Russia. This is protecting the Ukrainian civilians. So, so the U.S. policy has effectively created a vast sanctuary where Russia's been able to amass its ground force and from which it's launching its glide bombs. So otherwise, Ukraine could have easily hit with HIMARS, not even ATACMS, but just regular HIMARS, artillery, missile artillery. They could have hit the areas where the army was mobilizing and the units were forming themselves because they were in Belgorod Oblast, which is certainly within range because it's right on the border of Kharkiv Oblast. And so basically, this article is making the case that whatever Sullivan or Biden's concerns about escalation by U.S. weapons hitting Russian territory, it should be rethought in the case of a second invasion on Kharkiv Oblast. So the Russians started on May 10th. Probably most of our listeners know that. It was just a few days ago. They're thought to have about 50,000 troops. Probably not enough to effectively threaten Kharkiv city. But the glide bombs are doing a lot of damage in Kharkiv city, and that's why the electricity is knocked out. That's why we have this fundraiser for these generators, and so the question is, how can we get the planes? The only real way to defeat the glide bombs is to destroy the aircraft before they launch them. They don't have enough of a radar signature to really be visible to radar, and they're too big to be shot down with shoulder launched missiles. So the really only effective way to shoot them down is not to shoot them down, but to shoot the planes that are launching them. So the Russian forces continue to strike these frontline cities in the oblast, including the city that was much in the news, Vovchansk. They launched 20 glide bombs against Vovchansk just on May 11th alone. So that was Saturday. They're leveraging Russian airspace. They're also using their information operations to reinforce the importance of the U.S. guidance, as if that's going to be so destabilizing if uh, Ukraine defends itself by shooting down planes that are attacking it that happen to be over Russian airspace. So Kharkiv city is 40 kilometers from Russia's border, and the Russian glide bombs have a range of 40 to 60 kilometers. So anybody can do that math, and need to intercept them, intercept these fighter bombers in Russian territory. But if they're not able to do that, then of course they can strike Kharkiv city without ever entering Ukraine's sovereign territory or sovereign airspace. Now the numbers are very striking. There are about 42,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory that Russia could hit with those glide bombs. And the map, for those of you who know the detailed map, it's kind of interesting because the border, Chernihiv is, almost due north of Kyiv, and in Chernihiv Oblast and a little bit of Sumy Oblast, it goes quite farther north than Kharkiv. Kharkiv's actually south of Kyiv. Even though it's much nearer the border, that's because the border is further north, just north of Kyiv, northeast of Kyiv, where Chernihiv is. Sumy is south of Chernihiv, but also still north of Kyiv, and then Kharkiv, and then it goes into Luhansk. But just drawing the border, they got some intern to count the number of settlements in this in this area that's currently unoccupied by Russia, but within range of Russian airspace, for glide bombs to be launched within Russian airspace. And there are 2,480 Ukrainian settlements in those three oblasts, namely Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv. So that's a huge problem. In Kharkiv Oblast alone, there's 869 of them. So what we have to do is figure out a way to stop that, right? So Russia's conducting routine large-scale strikes against targeting Ukraine, employing drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, and other ordnance. Russian strikes have become more effective over time as Russia has incorporated tactical adaptations to overcome Ukrainian air defense, basically overwhelming them, right? Like sending drones in, then the missiles, then maybe another wave of drones, then more missiles. So they're overwhelming the air defenses. And also Ukraine has run low on interceptor missiles for their air defense systems, in addition to not having enough total number of air defense systems. So the more physical distance and therefore time that Ukraine has to track and intercept Russian missiles and drones, the more effective Ukrainian air defense is. One of the reasons Israel and allied forces were able to defeat Iran's unprecedented Russian-style strike package against Israel on April 13th was because Israel and their allied forces tracked and intercepted them as they flew extended distances over Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, and didn't wait for them to enter Israeli war space. So they're also, Russian military is further exploiting Russia's sanctuary space to facilitate ground operations. So I actually mentioned that a little bit ago. They could have, U.S. officials have emphatically stated that Ukraine may not use HIMARS and ATACMS outside of Ukrainian territory. That doesn't mean occupied, including occupied Ukrainian territory, so they can hit Crimea and Donbass and Kherson and not Mykolaiv, Zaporizhia Oblast. But the front line in Kharkiv is the international border. So the Ukraine's most effective rocket artillery systems have the range to strike Russian forces' assembly areas and command posts in Belgorod Oblast, but the sanctuary is allowing Russia to freely assemble tens of thousands of forces at the front with minimal risk until the Russian troops leave their line of departure and enter Ukraine. It's absurd that they have to do that. So then there's a map of all the assembly areas and army bases that they're using to equip and prepare the troops for the actual invasion part. And so just a kind of comment on what's within striking distance. Ammunition depots, fuel depots, warehouses, motor pools, command posts, repair bases, permanent unit headquarters, radar bases, barracks, communication posts, at least 15 different air bases, and other key military and dual-use infrastructure that the Russian military has optimized to project force into Ukraine. So the sanctuary protects no fewer than 1,750 square kilometers, an area the size of Houston, it adds, of land known to be used by the Russian military and paramilitary security services. So that Ukraine could do a lot of damage if they were allowed to use the U.S. weapons. I haven't heard, Heather, about them using some of their converted missiles, the S-200 missiles, for example, or Storm Shadow or Scalp, or German missiles. Have you? Because it seems like they would be motivated to use
seems like
some of the other Western kits.
It seems like they could. I don't know. I think that they probably could. I don't know if some of the issue may be how close they need to get to be able to do that. Same with, are they able to take the German over the border? I'm not sure. The stuff from the UK they can, so Taurus missile. Now, I don't know what the range of a Taurus missile is, but that would have to come off, not a Taurus, I'm sorry. Storm Shadow. I don't know what the range of a Storm Shadow is, but those come off planes. So how close do you want to take your plane, and how close can you take your plane in order to fire that and have it, land where it should? That is a issue, I think. Can they get the planes close enough safely to be able to fire those? And I don't know what their stock of those is like either.
Yeah, true.
And so
And they may be saving those for.
exactly.
But those military bases would seemingly be a rich enough target
Yeah.
to expend a storm shadow.
Yeah, exactly. And I agree with that. No, I definitely agree with that. And then the other thing then is as far as what they have on hand, as far as the S-200s and those kinds of missiles and things like that. Again, I don't know how many they have. Maybe they don't feel like it's big enough of a priority, which I can't imagine, but I'm not inside the military planners' heads, and nor would I want to be because I am nowhere near a military planner.
Let me just finish.
Go
Let
ahead.
me just finish the last paragraph, and then we'll discuss broadly. They end this paper with the following paragraph. The U.S. doesn't even need to greenlight the use of all U.S. provided military systems against any target in the Russian Federation. But they could still lift its restrictions enough to allow Ukrainian forces to defend themselves against immediate operational assaults. And now the sort of geopolitical conclusion. Neither Russia nor any other state has the right to view its sovereign territory as inviolable in a war of aggression that it initiated. Establishing the principle that nuclear armed states can earn such inviolability through threats of escalation encourages other such potential predators to imagine that they too can attack with impunity and demand sanctuary in their own territory. U.S. restrictions on Ukraine's use of U.S. provided weapons were one thing when the question was of a possible long range strike into deep Russian rear. Preventing Ukraine from using all of the resources at its disposal against a renewed cross border invasion makes no sense. Obviously, I agree with that, Prince, and I know you do too. And I still need to call my 2 U.S. senators to see if they can have a chat with the Prez. They are Democrats and have good relationships with the president. But I was talking to a foreign policy expert over the weekend, and he said, Biden spent 50 years in the U.S. Senate, and he's not known for changing his mind. So I don't know, but it makes no sense.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It makes no sense. I am very frustrated by them not being able to do this. Queen Dan, go ahead.
I get your frustration. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm frustrated too. It's, you know what? When you give something to somebody and then you turn around and find out what they did with it, or tell them how with restrictions, it's disgusting. It's in bad taste. It's in bad taste of our government to lend stuff for people to save their lives and then tell them how to use it like they don't know what they're doing. I didn't think for a minute that they would go in and hit civilian targets. But, fair's fair, and Russia ain't playing fair. How can they sit there and do that? It rankles me to no end every time this topic comes up. Why give somebody something and then tell them how to use it? Yeah, I think they'll be coming over. Ukraine will be coming over here training our people how to use stuff pretty soon. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, I agree with you 100% that they're going to be the sort of the best experts in using all of the Western equipment of any more than any NATO army. because they've had so much practice, for crying out loud. From what I understand, they also tweaked the Patriot system so that it actually performs better than it was known to do in in the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War. Um, so that's pretty amazing. And to your point, that they'll be the teachers. I think that there's been all this discussion about troops, NATO Army troops in Ukraine, and starting with Emmanuel Macron. But now Estonia apparently is talking very seriously about training Ukrainian forces in the west of Ukraine with their active duty military personnel. And but just from a totally pragmatic, totally self-serving point of view, these Western militaries should have some of their teams in there just so they can learn from the Ukrainians. The training should go the other way.
I don't disagree with that at all. And I apologize. I didn't realize I had a hot mic. Trucking Tyler, go ahead.
Hi, mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, I'll always have a hard time getting my thoughts together, but I was listening tonight when Jay from Ukraine was on, and wow, it was a lot of great information, and I really appreciate that. So, Maria Report rocks again. And Prince, since you're there, I just it's nice to hear from you, and I often listen to you later on at night when I'm driving, but I don't normally say anything. And the stuff with the genocide stuff, I've learned so much. It's amazing, and I don't dare say anything because I really don't know anything. But I appreciate all the insight, and wow, it's amazing. The one thing I wanted to say is 2 points. I just kind of wrote them down so I can follow along. Appreciate your guys' patience. I'd hoped to ask Jay in Ukraine um, on I follow a guy on YouTube, a few guys on YouTube. We probably all do. This guy's a Russian guy that was educated in U.S. And also here. I think he's called Inside Russia, and he has a different take on uh, there's lots of opinions on the economy and the new defense minister. Um, and I won't try to say his name, um, but he thinks that it's a sign that Russia is, or Putin is thinking, not necessarily this guy's, obviously he wants this guy to run his war economy, et cetera, but he thinks the economy is failing. And he's got some pretty good numbers that say Russia's got only like 2 years left to fighting this war at this rate. No, that's kind of, we don't want this to go 2 years, but it's very interesting how he puts the numbers down and says, um, he knows he's failing when he's hired this guy. And anyways, it was a different take. I was kind of curious to see what Jay thought about that, but he was bucking the trend on the defense minister, um, and that, and what else did I want to say? Yeah, like
What trucking was he saying? Was this Russian commentator saying that he didn't think he was a good pick, or he was inappropriate, or would be bad for Russia, or what?
he,
How was he bucking the trend?
so he surprised me and what I had listened to kind of on the spaces or news. He was saying that he thought that this is a Russian commentator that ran away from Russia. He's out of Russia now. He's just a YouTube. He does a regular commentary. He's with Ukraine. So just to clarify that, and he said that he thinks that it's it's Russia getting nervous about their economy. And he's all about economics. He's an economics major in Harvard, and I think it was Harvard, maybe it was some other place in the U.S. and some major. He's at a he's at Russia now, but it was quite interesting to listen to him because a lot of people were like saying, "Hey, this guy might do really good," and he thinks it's a sign of bad things to come. And he thinks Shoigu, he knows all the guys that Shoigu is the second in command of Shoigu, the third in command, who he's lost. He said Shoigu's got no power now because they stripped him of like most of his ministers. Anyways, side note, and I apologize for that. But yeah, he was even going into the weird things like the ministry of the sugar stocks that are going on because he said back to what you guys were just mentioning there, or somebody was mentioning, they don't sell anything. And he was mentioning the other day they used to sell 2.3 million cars a year. They're down to 330,000 cars a year. And the guy he interviewed was a Russian guy saying, "Oh yeah, but we got all these Chinese cars, so they're flooding the market." And it's interesting because I think Russia's economy is doing way worse than we might give them credit for. And as opposed to the news that I see on my local Canadian American news that says, "Oh, their economy is doing okay." He says it's doing okay, but look at the how the basics, how it's working, and what they're making money on, what they're not making money on. And he said they don't have anything except natural resources. And what interesting was Gazprom. Was Gazprom? No, nickel, a big nickel company. And we have smelters in Canada. A friend of mine just was part of a nickel smelter operation in Vancouver, and it's on the west coast of Canada. Anyways, um, it takes them like 8 years to build this smelter, and so China just announced 2 or 3 days ago, instead of having the smelter in Russia, they're pulling it out. They're going to get only the natural resources, and they're building a smelter in Russia, or sorry, in China. So whether that's good or bad, it's just another sign of. I think the Russian economy, uh, even the Chinese are pulling out. I mean, that's a nuance. It's a combination of they were in that country and they own that company anyways, but it's still less jobs in Russia, less normal jobs. And I'm rambling on now, but I like the economy side of it, and thanks for all you guys do. And I'll just sign off and let you guys comment. Thanks.
Thanks, Trucking. Yeah, I've heard. I think it could be both at the same time. That he is a signal. Well, he's not a signal. Yeah, he's also a signal that he wanted. Somebody who could really work the defense industrial base, and that finally the corruption was just too much, the fraud and the embezzlement, and that he wanted someone who was quite patriotic, quite advocate of a state-owned economy, and quite a sort of nerd, really, an economics nerd. But at the same time, it could be alarming, right? Or it could be a signal of the fact that Putin realized that it couldn't go on with, he couldn't mobilize and spend 40% of the Russian budget on defense and have that all end up in corrupt officials' pockets, and that he needed a disciplinarian and somebody who was a good accountant and, by all accounts, um, sort of a good bureaucrat to be in charge of the defense ministry, because a lot of what the ministry does, as opposed to the armed forces themselves, is arrange for the production and procurement and production and delivery of the weapons. So I think it could be both. And yeah, I'm also interested in the economy, and I'm doing more and more research to prepare a weekly segment on the economy in the near future. So stay tuned for that, and maybe it'll be late night so you can listen in, Tricky. Let's go back to you if you've got a follow up.
Correct. I think it's both. I just think we're given a little bit too much credit to the war side of what this guy could do. And yeah, he's going to shore up the economy, and definitely that's what they got to do. But it's unfortunate he's got a 2-year plan. But hey, it might be 2 years. So I'm hoping for the best. And he's an old USSR guy. He's going to follow the rules. He's going to do what I've studied about him. He's an old school guy, and so yeah, they know what they got. But yeah, I'm hoping for the best. So thanks for that, and I'll let you go. And next person, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Dan.
Yeah. Thanks, trucking. That got my brain turning again. Yesterday, Will was talking about, everybody's been talking about all the changes that whatever his name is doing, generals and Shoigu and all that. But you know what? I think, it's like the house being on fire and then deciding to throw, after watching it for 2 years burning, decide to throw a cup of water on it. I don't think it might amount to a last breath, and it might take a year or a year and a half, maybe. Yeah, I just think, yeah, this is the last breath. That's the way I look at it. But yeah, they screwed themselves so many times to Sunday that between corruption and everything else in Russia, that sorry, Putin, you missed the boat on that one. So anyways, that's my opinion. But yeah, the economic stuff over there is interesting while it goes down the toilet. Oops, they don't have toilets. I forgot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's Beefeater has continually made the point that we shouldn't believe the statistics that come out of either Russia or China, because they have a vested interest. Well, first of all, there's complete media control, complete information control, and they have a vested interest in making the economic numbers look as good as possible. And Beefeater makes the point that there are counter indicators that leak out around the edges that make us question the macro numbers. So that's some of what I'm hoping to quantify and see what I can present in lay terms to our audiences. So we'll see if I can pull that off, hopefully. So, Prince, what would you like to share?
Actually, you're talking about Kharkiv. Inspired me to think of something that I thought about today, or I saw today. This is a little short little thread from Daria Haramoyschek, who I never pronounce correctly. I apologize. She is an assistant to the president when it comes to children's rights, very specifically. And I mean, to me, she's one of the people in Ukraine that I would just love to talk to. I would just love to sit down and have a talk with her. But one of the things that I've been thinking about with what has been happening in the northeast of Ukraine and in the Kharkiv region, in the area that has been taken again by Russia, that population has now been occupied in 2022, and then liberated in 2022, and now taken again in 2024. And I have, been reading little reports about the people being evacuated, and the fear that they have because of the previous occupation, just not all that long ago. And today, Daria shared a story of two kids from Chernihiv, Dima and Ania from Yadin, Chernihiv region, are friends and neighbors. They survived the horrific 28 days of occupation when the Russians kept them cramped in a basement with 378 other people. This is a small village where there are only 5 streets, and everyone knows each other, says Anya. There were only 3 children in my class, adds Dima. Life was peaceful until the war came to their village. The Russians set up their military headquarters and local school, and all the villagers were herded into the basement. 380 people spent 28 days in inhumane conditions, without the ability to move freely, with 1 bucket to use as a toilet. They had fun when they shot at us, and we were scared, Anya mentions. On the basement wall, there was a list of people who had died of suffocation or had been shot. Currently, Anya and Dima are still learning to live with those memories. They dream of a peaceful life with no fear and pain. Dima wants to become a photographer to take pictures of the world's beauty, and Anya wants to become a servicewoman to defend her country. Those are 2 kids. I don't know how old they are. I didn't look. And there's a video attached to this. And the video is actually from an organization that I also want to talk to very badly. It is from Gen Ukrainian. And if you've heard me, I speak of Gen Ukrainian quite often, actually, because the work that Gen Ukrainian is doing is very important. And the fact that this information comes from a Gen Ukrainian video gives me a little bit more information about these kids too. Information that she did not mention in her tweet. Gen Ukrainian 12-year-olds, they're 12 years old. 12 years old. I was able to get, and that was over a year ago with this video, and so they must be 13 now. Anyway, translate apps are helpful sometimes. Anyway, but what it also tells me about these kids is that at least one of their parents died, of each of these children. At least one or both of their parents have died because they went to Camp Gen Ukrainian, and Camp Gen Ukrainian is only for kids who have lost one or both of their parents. And it is a 21-day therapeutic camp that is really important for them to be able to learn to. I don't know if you learn to live with it. You learn skills and able to move forward with your life and not focus on all of the horrid things that happen. I actually spent some time last week watching some videos by Gen Ukrainian, and they were describing some of the changes in some of the kids after the 21-day therapy camp, and it's pretty impressive, which is why I've learned a bit about it, and I think it's a fabulous camp, which is one of the reasons I really want to talk to them, so that we can sort of spread their message as to what they do. And also, of course, at the same time, it tells us what these kids have been through. And so that was the first thing that I thought of when when you said, "So Heather, what's on your mind?" Because when you talk about Kharkiv and talk about these areas that are being overrun again by Russia, I understand exactly what Jason says, and I know that there have been thousands of people that have been evacuated safely from that area, and I'm thankful for that. But it makes me concerned because they also found torture chambers in the area where Russia is moving right now. And so these people have been through it once, and now they're looking at going through it again. Many of the people, of course, are leaving the area, leaving everything they own behind, knowing exactly what Russia does. But these two kids specifically, even though they're talking about Chernihiv, um, it's the same kind of thing that has the potential to be happening right now with Russia having taken these places over again. So your conversation about the glide bombs and being able to do something about them, it really, it makes me think of this. This is why we need to be able to do something about the glide bombs. You can rebuild a city. I mean, it's horrid that it's destroyed, yes. You can rebuild a city. You can't rebuild lives that are taken. You can't make these kids not totally remember, you can't erase the memory of what happened. You can learn to have the skills to move through it and to cope with it and be able to move forward with your life. But the fact that that experience happened is never going to go away. So that right there, Scott, is why I would like them to be able to bomb the living hell out of the Russian territory to protect these kids and their citizens.
That is a very good reason to destroy the military targets in Belgorod Oblast for sure. That it's so tragic, and thank you for taking us there, because it's that empathy that engages our ability to act, whether it's in advocacy with our representatives, or in donation, or in spreading the word with amongst our friends, keeping Ukraine in the news, because the mainstream media is not doing a great job of that. But the empathy that we can develop for them is key, and that's the way to do it. Is those kids and their aspirations and what they've suffered. On a slightly brighter note, on the same topic, I have a report from someone who's in Kharkiv, and they say Russia's not giving up attempts to break through Ukrainian defenses rather, but they have not been able to achieve any success at the operational level that would merit their large losses. And you were bringing up that point with Jay, that they're setting record-breaking losses. The 1,700 casualties one day and 1,400 another day in this past week are, stunning. So Ukraine's organizing its defensive operations with the help of experienced local commanders who are compensating for mistakes made at more senior levels. And he says this has been true across Ukraine in general. Another encouraging thing is that the newly appointed head of operations in Kharkiv is a brigadier general named Mikhailo Drapati, who showed immense courage and skill back in 2014 when he successfully led multiple Ukrainian units out of Russian encirclement. And then, to your point about the people who have been through this already, and already once and now again, the Ukrainian civil society has kicked into high gear with small, often non-commercial groups putting in extra hours to make FPV drones and munitions, and volunteers from all over the country are rushing those drones and other equipment to Kharkiv. So a real kind of almost resistance level effort by civil society. No one expects timely delivery of sufficient Russian Western aid, and Blinken's visit to Kyiv barely registers as anything more than the usual grandstanding Team Biden theatrics. Those fighting and those helping them are only focused on what can be done now with the meager resources they have. And then it goes into a little bit about what we've been talking about, the units just over the border and the inability to hit them with U.S. supplied weapons. Then the next point is about fortifications. That Ukraine has fortifications in the Kharkiv region, and there continue to be some conflicting reports about whether they've been consistently sufficient. Some Ukrainian units have complained and others haven't. You probably saw the news, Heather, about the fact that in Vovchansk, it was difficult to build them up to the level that was expected. But, you know, they did in other parts of the region. So it's a little, that might be a bad contractor or bad leadership or management or something. But but then it says for Russia to be able to thrust deep into the Kharkiv region, it needs sufficient forces, which it lacks, to secure its flanks, or its overextended logistics will be cut and its forces could be encircled if Ukraine counterattacks. This was one of the Russian mistakes in 2022. In many ways, Russia's strategy in Kharkiv mirrors its cannon fodder offenses in Donbass. It's hoping to overwhelm Ukrainian defenses with seemingly endless meat storms that will gradually keep pushing Ukrainians back as they run out of ammo. This avoids overextending. So, despite all the challenges, Ukrainians on the ground in northern Kharkiv are cautiously optimistic, but are preparing for any scenario. Similarly, in northern Sumy, Ukrainians are preparing for Russian forces deployed in Kursk to cross the border as early as this week. But it says that Russia doesn't have the means to achieve major success on a strategic level. But it's still frustrating that 2 years on, this writer, Ukraine Reporter, is saying that it's a shame that the West is allowing Russia to reattack those same regions, leading to the very human dilemma that you just explained, Prince. So thanks for that.
Thanks. Yeah, and we've seen Sumi has really been attacked a lot, and I think she may have gone to bed. Let me check on that. I would like to ask somebody a question if they're up to it. If not, then we'll move on. But somebody, one of our people here behind the scenes, keeps very close tabs on Sumi, and I'd be interested to see what their moods and thoughts are in that area. But my thought is that it has been delayed. The incursion into Sumi has been delayed because of how this has gone in Kharkiv, and not exactly how they had hoped it would. Gee, imagine that, right? So anyway,
Imagine that.
yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, it's clear that that Putin is trying to extend the front line, and trying to find a weakness. I have seen, though, reports of quite good fortifications being built. I haven't seen a map of them, or namely and specifically how far from the international border those fortifications have been built. So that's a critical question that we can look into in the days ahead. But I've seen a lot of pictures, but no maps. So, underground command posts and lots of splits, or, Y junctions that suggest that they're, and, sort of overhead cover and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that the trench system are every bit as good or better than the Surovikin line on the Russian side to protect the Ukrainian troops.
Yeah, it hasn't gone perfectly according to plan as far as those, I don't think, but I think that they're probably in a better shape than they were at one point.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's go to Renson and see what comment he might have for us. Renson, go ahead.
All right. So I just want to agree. I agree with you with your comment about kamikaze drones and how drones are have become a important part in modern warfare. Which, in this case, in the Ukraine war, we've seen a lot of videos of Ukrainian soldiers using drones for like armed with shape charged warheads, destroying multiple Russian armored vehicles and Russian tanks. Do you think Ukraine has sufficient numbers of these kamikaze drones? And what do you think the reaction of the Russians is against these drones? Do they have any counter against these drones, or no? Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Well, here's some facts. The Ukrainians have really taken to producing their own drone fleets. They have assembled a bunch of entrepreneurs in a systematized effort by the central government to promote innovation, and they've funded the production. They funded the development and the research as well, but now they're at the production stage with many of the drones, including the kamikaze ones. And they are now up at a run rate of 1 million drones are able to be produced every year. And by the end of the year, the end of the calendar year, they're expecting to be able to be at a rate of production that would allow 2 million drones to be produced in a year. So they are also getting increasingly very sophisticated drones from the Western countries to supplement their kind of homemade version, the FPV drones, as well as the kamikaze drones. So they've got all kinds, and they're going further and further as well. The longest strike so far was 1,500 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border. So, so that's the good side. The worst side is that Russia is also doing quite well in their drone warfare development, and it's quite evenly matched, as is the best information that I have. And so they've ramped up production quickly. We mostly hear about the Shaheeds, but they've got kamikaze drones and reconnaissance drones as well. And they, of course, are producing the Shaheeds now that are an Iranian design in a factory in Russia that Ukraine has hit at least once. but I don't believe they destroyed the entire factory with that strike. The other thing that Russia does, and Ukraine's doing it too, is using electronic warfare, various jamming techniques, and even some of the less sophisticated ones that don't have military hardened chips. They can actually spoof the GPS locator in the chips and have them go off course, and go fly into an empty field, for example. They can disable the sensors, spoof the camera, so that the targeting becomes impossible on an FPV type drone. So it's really invention, then counter invention, production, and then counter production. So it's a real arms race on the drone side, along with the electronic warfare side. And both sides have said that being over the battlefield is very scary with drones overhead, and the soldiers don't always know who the drones that they're hearing belong to, whether it's their drones or the enemy drones. So that's a difficulty for the infantry for sure, and for tanks, it's particularly damaging because of the heat signature that they give off, and well, also visual signature. It's relatively easy to see tanks from the air. So both sides are preserving their tanks. And in this phase of the war, where there's very little maneuver warfare on either side, the tanks are, tanks to be used as artillery pieces aren't that effective compared to actual artillery. And they're also vulnerable. So the Ukrainians in particular don't want to lose their tanks. And in fact, some of the Abrams tanks that the U.S. supplied were pulled back to just keep them a little safer and give them a thorough overhauls, so that because they weren't super useful in this kind of battlefield with that kind of counter tank weapon that the drones have become. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answered my question, but I also have another question.
Sure.
So another point of view for your about the Abrams, sir, is the first Abrams tank was destroyed by a Zala Lancet drone, I believe, correct?
I don't know which. I've heard that they've been attacked and destroyed by drones, but I didn't know the type.
Yeah. So that's another Russian drone that the Russians been developing, the Lancet drone, and it's a pretty dangerous drone. It's one hit, and that Abrams tank was disabled by that Lancet drone. Crazy.
Yeah, it's super dangerous for these tanks, and
Yeah.
I think they were planning to do some cages for the tanks to just fabricate them, and weld them on to the exoskeleton of the tank. And I don't know how well that's going to work, but maybe if it explodes the drone above above the fuel tank or above the turret, they won't be able to damage the tank in the same way. I'm not sure how effective those are going to be, but
Yeah. All right. That's all the questions I have. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, thanks for coming up.
You're welcome, sir.
There we go. And I just asked in the background, Shostka in Sumy Oblast. Nancy follows that place pretty closely. She's gotten to know some people in that area, and I asked her what the mood has been like in there, and she said that it's been consistently resolute and supportive of each other even this week. So that is a good thing. And I don't know exactly. I mean, I suppose I could try to do math or something to figure out how far it is from the border, but it's not that far from the border. And
I've got Google Maps up. I can tell you in about 1 minute.
Shostka.
Is that the town of interest as opposed to the Sumy City?
Yeah, that is the town of interest as opposed to Sumy City.
Okay.
That's
you have to spell it again. Because I wasn't.
Shostka.
Okay. Sumy itself is about 30 kilometers to the closest border.
Yeah. This is This is farther north, but exactly, I mean, like, is that north? Yeah. This is farther north, but because of the way the border goes, it looks like it's farther from the border. So.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm guessing, 30 or 40 miles.
And what's in that city?
People
The people that Nancy knows.
People that Nancy has gotten to know. A community there. So yeah.
Okay.
That's all. So it's just, it's how do you get a feel for the mood of the people who are in the area? You ask somebody who knows, and so that's sort of where I thought I would go with that, because I look at it and it all looks rather intimidating and scary. So that's just what I thought. Anyway. And
the resoluteness sounds like what the Kharkiv residents are displaying as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Consistent with the Ukrainian character throughout this whole conflict.
Yes, absolutely. So, and that that's the thing is that the Ukrainian character, they'll end up fighting with sticks and stones before they give up. That's just the reality of it at this point. So anyway, I just had to say that because it's just the truth. So yeah, I don't know if you have another subject you want to go on to, but I have one other thing that I could talk about a little bit, because it really moved me this morning, and people may think I'm obsessed, but I'm not really obsessed. Things just come across my feed. I can't help it. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. And I mentioned this the other night. I did mention this the other night because it was rather amazing to me that a week ago Saturday on the 4th, this past Saturday on the 4th, we had Alexandra Medvedchuk on the space, and that it was a very humbling and very amazing experience for me. And then I saw the news that exactly 1 week later on the next Saturday, which I can't remember the date, doesn't matter, she met the Pope. And today, and I've seen coverage of it over the last several days here and there, but today she actually tweeted about it herself. And I think there were some key, very, very key things in this that I wanted to point out. I found myself retweeting as I went along. I retweeted a couple of some of the individual tweets in the thread before I even tweeted the whole thread, because that's how impactful it was to me. 2 days ago, I met the Pope, and in this thread, I'll tell you more about this meeting. I presented him with a copy of Stanislav Essayev's book, The Torture Camp on Paradise Street. Stanislav spent 2 years in a secret prison isolation in Donetsk, where people were beaten and tortured every day. Since the beginning of the war in February 14th, we have been consistently documenting such stories. Personally, I've interviewed over 100 people who have endured the hell of captivity during occupation. Therefore, I spoke in the Vatican, saying that Ukrainians seek for peace, but peace is not Russian occupation. Occupation does not reduce human suffering. It simply makes it invisible. We worked on the peace declaration, and perhaps one day I will write in my memoirs how, just before the meeting, before the meeting with His Holiness, I had to personally inscribe into the final version that the occupation is just another form of war. Our defenders are holding back Russian advances on various fronts. They are not just stopping Russian occupiers by force, they are preventing the spread of illegal places of captivity where Russia tortures, rapes, and kills civilians. I know that I always go for the heavy stuff, but this I thought was important. One of the most important things that I think that she was able to tell to the Pope, what she was able to say to the Vatican, saying that Ukrainians seek for peace, but peace is not Russian occupation. Occupation does not reduce human suffering. It simply makes it invisible. Those are some amazing and powerful words right there. When I hear people say, why not just give up Crimea? Or why not just give up these areas that are occupied? Occupation does not mean peace. It simply makes the suffering of the humans invisible. But then there are times like this when you have somebody who has taken over 100, well over 100 in her organization. I can tell you this, her organization as a whole has taken hundreds, thousands of testimony and written documentation on this, saying, exactly what has happened to them. In this example of Stanislav's book, The Torture Camp on Paradise Street, is just one of those examples. 2 years in a secret prison isolation in Donetsk, where people are beaten and tortured daily. Last night, Mockers had me read something that, as she put it, I just can't, Heather. I can't read this kind of thing. I just can't. And I watched the video and I read the subtitles very carefully. And I, what I said to her in response was, this doesn't surprise me. This is not new information to me. What it was a Russian soldier telling about how they used prisoners of war to practice on. What they would practice, what were they practicing? Field medicine. So they would intentionally inflict severe injuries on prisoners of war and then hand them over to the soldiers who needed practice with field medicine so that they could try to save them. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. It didn't really matter to them. They didn't care about that. What they cared about was giving them people, giving their soldiers somebody real to practice on. So, you could imagine, here, let me chop off your foot and let me see how my, guy who needs to learn field medicine deals with it. I mean, that may be an extreme example. I don't have any evidence that that exactly occurred, but I could imagine that it would. But it also then reminded me of a story of a Ukrainian prisoner of war who was a medic, and he spent his time there as a prisoner of war, as a medic, trying to help the prisoners of war among him who were tortured and trying to fix them up and being forced to teach Russians how to treat people with injuries. So when I think about the occupied areas, these are the things that I remember. And these are just the things that I have read about, seen, talked with other people about, listened to stories about, read stories about, read documentation about. Um, and we know people who have done that. We were privileged to be able to talk to Alexandra Medvechuk. We didn't go into a great detail about what she witnessed. It is very hard for her, I believe, to talk about. But Gina has shared with us many times about interviewing a woman who was raped um, in I believe the Kiev area. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at it. I apologize for that. But you get the point. We know people who have talked to these people. We may have the opportunity to talk to some of these people. We may have the opportunity to talk to some of these kids who have been through horrific things. And navigating that will be very, very, very gentle and careful. But what's most important to me here is that she had the opportunity to tell this to the Pope directly. And having followed her and knowing what do I call she has a very, very calm and very timid and very quiet voice, and a very almost peaceful voice. And don't get me wrong, I love her to death, but she often looks like she's fighting back tears. I don't know if she is, but she very well may be. But I have seen her speak in situations where I know she wasn't fighting back tears because she was wiping them away. Um, so being able to express that so genuinely and so realistically and um, so importantly, I believe to the Pope was absolutely very, very important. There was also a newspaper that an article that I read by her about her, an interview with her in an Italian paper today. But I don't know that we're going to have enough time to go through that. But you guys know me. At some point, I will, because I'll talk about this more than once because I'll be convinced that there are new people listening who haven't heard it before. Ah, here we go. It's actually just pulled up the article and ran a quick translate of it. And her center, the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine, which is in Kyiv, their center has documented over 76,000 war crimes committed by Russians over the past 10 years. Yeah. And so this, she shares a little bit more in this article about her conversation with the Pope. And I probably actually need to sit down with it a little bit more and do some highlighting to be able to pull out the most important parts. I kind of ran out of time for that today, um, you know, we need to look at the experiences and the voices of Ukrainians and be able to share them and amplify them. And that's one of the reasons that I keep an eye out for what she says and what she posts, because she does extremely important work. I don't know how long before she just did a tour in the United States. Now she has gone to Italy and she has met with the Pope. I believe she's back in Ukraine again, and I know she has a tour coming up in Canada soon. Did I say she had been in the US too? Yeah, and the woman is all over the place. She's very sought after, very important. And I feel so honored and privileged that we were able to have her. And I will look at this a little bit more and pull out some good highlights, because there are some very good things. And I know that we very often, very, very often, um, slam the Pope. And there are times that it seems it's very well deserved, it seems. Then I am a person who very frequently, I'm not Catholic, but I defend the Pope for I think pretty valid reasons. But you know what does me good and makes my heart happy is to know that he is getting messages from people like Alexandra Medvedchuk about exactly what is happening in Ukraine, and I know she would not have held anything back from telling him the truth. And I'm glad she had that experience. Scott?
That is super moving. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, the hearing about the details of the war crimes is grisly, but it's instructive, I think. And sometimes we have to hear the details, you know, like practicing field medicine on prisoners of war. Clearly a war crime, especially if they're inflicting an injury to treat, as you presented it there. But
Well, that's why.
I'm glad that she got to talk to the Pope and tell him what's really going on.
Yeah, me too. But that's why people like mockers say, Heather, I can't read this. And what do I say? Send it to me, because I will. That's one of the things I feel is sort of a mission for me, to be able to read the things and see the things and hear the things that other people can't, so that maybe I can tell them in a little bit easier of a way. So, Scott?
Speaking of mockers, let's hear from mockers. Good morning.
Morning.
Mocker.
Ooh. Hiya.
Mockers, you know what it is?
Morning has broken.
Mockers, you know what
What?
today is?
It's Wednesday.
Yeah, it's I'm number two. I'm number two for 2 days in a row. Yay. Sorry.
I know. Records, just, you know, there was a record number the other day, and since then, they've been trying to hit that again, by the looks of things. Either way, awesome. But also, I have an engineering thread for you, and it's going to be fun. So you know what to do, don't you, folks? Get the retweeting and stuff. 2 minutes, and I'll just grab a cuppa. Oh my God, my cat has just gone to run through the room. Missed what she was trying to jump on. You know how like they just do that like graceful, like just sort of jump that goes nowhere. Landed on something she shouldn't, and tried to totally graceful it off. You know, totally meant to do that. See, fine, walked away. Yeah. Okay, sorry. That was the funniest thing ever. She come running through the room, completely misjudged that jump, and then like just tried to pretend it off. Very funny. Yeah, I've got an engineering thread. Can you see how excited I am? So excited today. Morning.
Morning. Let's go to Dan while you get your cup of tea or coffee, I guess.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Prince and Scott. When you read that before, Prince, you're talking about the woman. Yeah, I remember her coming up. All this goes down, all this genocide, and yet our country fails. That's what I'm most discouraged by. Our political system fails to call it a terrorist state. Hamas is a terrorist state. Russia is doing the same damn stuff. It's very disappointing.
%, Dan. And that's where that whole, giving people a pass because they have nuclear weapons is just such a bad idea. And of course, they don't say it that way, but it seems like that's the only conclusion that one can draw.
And in my book,
it's going to bite us in the butt.
Yeah, in my book, Scott, I just want to add that's a place that should be dismantled. I mean, they should not have nuclear weapons at all. They're irresponsible. That's a terrorist state.
Yeah, you're right. They should. Yeah, if only there was an international institution that could make that judgment that would be followed out. But
Makas, go ahead.
Yeah, I honestly think by the end of this, either Russia will not have nuclear weapons, or every single other country that Russia's threatened will have obtained themselves nuclear weapons. So one way or another, it's either going to proliferate, or perhaps we can get them off Russia. But I doubt that somehow. I doubt we'll ever be sure that we've got them all. So I think everybody will end up with their own pocket nukes, because guess what we did? We made them effective. We made them an effective threat, so much so that everyone's going to have one in their pocket now. And the threat of nuclear war will become more just because people all have them. Not because, of the fact that there's a major reason to use them or anything, just because everybody will now end up with them, and they'll have to look for the next new deterrent, because when everybody has nukes, no one's really that afraid of them anymore. So yeah, I don't know, but it seems to me that through our inaction and allowing the threat of nuclear weapons to be used against us so effectively, we've actually caused everybody now to want to have more of them. So well done us. Well done us.
yep, I think you're right. Well, I am going to vacate the balcony to hit the bed, and I'm going to let the brilliant and excited mockers come up and share the engineering detail and the booms in my place. So thank you all for an enjoyable evening. Thanks for those of you who came up to speak. Thank you, Prince. It was enjoyable as ever to co-host with you. And please investigate your ability to contribute to the fundraiser, retweet the space, and have a great evening or morning wherever you are. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Have a good night, Scott. Go get yourself some sleep. It has been a pleasure. I appreciate you splitting that little gap with me so that we didn't have to leave Alan alone. And yes, what a beautiful day. It is May 15th in Kyiv, Ukraine. It is still the 14th where I am, but typically when Mockers gets up, I try to switch which day it is in my brain. I try to switch what time of day it is in my brain. These are the kinds of things that I try to do so that I say good morning to people instead of good evening to people, because that's just the way it has to go sometimes. We live in a world where poor Mockers, as she's thinking about what time she's going to go to bed, I'm sending her a message saying, "Good morning." How are you this morning, Mockers?
Hey, I'm good, actually. I woke up this morning with the full expectation of something horrendous. And as far as I can see, just a little anecdote of the first thing I saw when I woke up was 4 policemen in Georgia trying to wash their eyes out, and a protester walking up and offering them the solution that they've been using rather than just water. Here, try this, it's better. And that is how you win the police over. Protesters giving the police, relief from the gas that they've just gassed everybody with. I don't know, I just found that level of humanity a beautiful thing. And that was the first thing I woke up to, and I was like, goodness, how absolutely lovely that even when they're in the midst of all that, somebody found the time to be nice. And I just thought that was impressive. And that is exactly how you win the police over. You treat them like, human beings individually. And when they're in a massive group, you outnumber them. I don't know what else has gone on overnight in Georgia, but I do know that we're going to hopefully be speaking to Marika this morning in 4 hours time. Is that going to happen? 2 hours time. 2 hours time. Don't worry.
2 hours.
Time zones are breaking my head again. Time zones. So my lovely folks, we still have some good numbers. And well, you know me, I'm a bit greedy. I like people to retweet and stuff first. You've got to do something for me first before I give up the goods. It's kind of a trade-off situation, yeah. I know I almost said it a bit ruder then, but we'll not do that. So anyway, so I'd just like to point something out, right? Because I did notice your title about Blinken being in Kyiv and all that. I know he wants to be cool, but what's your real opinion to him rocking out in the free world?
I can tell you this. I have seen some negative things. Some negative things from people online on the Facebook about not Facebook, I'm sorry, on the Twitter. On the Twitter about it. However, Jason was up earlier for a while. And who do we take the word of over, random people on Twitter?
Ukrainians.
What's that?
Ukrainians. We tend
Yes.
to take their word for things more than anybody else.
And so Jason, is not Ukrainian. He is an American, but he has lived there for quite a while, and he is there, and he said he felt like it was pretty well received by the Ukrainians there. I'm sure not everybody has the same opinion, but he felt it was received very well by the Ukrainian press, and that it was probably a good thing, not necessarily a bad thing to connect with the people in Ukraine by music. So there you go. Because
there is that. I just think.
Yep.
Did he bring massive pocketfuls of stuff? Because as far as I can tell, he turned up, he said some pretty words, and then he accused Ukraine of being too corrupt and not doing a proper full mobilization. That was what I saw come out of what he said, and I was like, dude, had you given them the weapons, they wouldn't be in this position. But there's me just seeing things from a longer term point of view. Anyway, look, it's a sincere display of what was supposed to be solidarity, I'm sure. But I don't think he fully understands how it's seen, because while he's singing these songs and being all jovial and trying to show support to Ukraine, and Kharkiv was getting absolutely effing destroyed. And it just, to me, I found it a little bit tone deaf, I'll be honest. Not the singing, just the act itself. And I understand that you can't stop living just because there's a war on, but of all the people, I don't know. If he'd have turned up with a Patriot battery in each pocket, then celebrate all damn night, my friend. But when you've just criticised Ukraine twice, basically calling them corrupt and, saying you're not trying hard enough, F the F, effing off, is how I felt about it. So I was just like, oh, that's nice. But when does he provide Patriot batteries? When does he ensure that those aircraft from Denmark actually do arrive in June? Because it looks as though now they're trying to put them off again. What? Who do I need to go around punching? That's what I'd like to know. And if I need to punch Blinken himself, well, I'll get my passport and go. Because, I understand that he's trying his best here to show some sort of solidarity and, join in with the American spirit. But I just feel like Ukraine needs to be able to strike Russia over the border where they're attacking them from Kharkiv. And is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? But do enjoy your music, won't you? Anyway, sorry. Terribly cynical soul I am. And that sort of performative stuff, well, yeah, it's great for the 5 minutes that you have in it, but I don't know, the optics of that aren't going to continue to be good if he then criticises Ukraine and doesn't provide what they're really needing. You know what I mean? From the outside here.
So basically, to you, he had pineapple on his pizza.
No, I like pineapple on pizza.
Oh,
basically,
don't let it.
He farted in a lift.
Oh, you've been called it. You are going to be called a heathen or something. I know that.
Oh, I'm quite sure. Yeah, I'd rather have pineapple and extra pineapple with my pizza. So there you go. Yeah.
Makes me crave a pepperoni, pineapple, and onion pizza. Unusual.
No, that's weird.
I know it sounds like an unusual combination, but it is so freaking good.
Just very quickly, by the way, I'm hearing that a certain aircraft with a man's name with gold letters written on the side hit another aircraft at a Florida airport.
Well, yes, that is true. I did send you something about that, including the article.
All I'm saying is, you should be careful out there, folks. You should be careful. Especially if you're driving aircraft around.
Especially if you're driving a big, huge aircraft. So, yeah, that's...
Talking of aircraft.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Talking of aircraft. I saw reports of another aircraft shot down by Ukraine yesterday. But I don't see it on the numbers.
Yes, but did you also see, speaking of aircraft, that there appears to be a decent hit at Belbeck?
Oh, I tell you what, I'm still catching up, my darling, on 300
You don't read
things.
the email. You don't read what I send you.
You know what? I looked at those with one blurry eye at the time, and the cat stood on my head. So yeah, I didn't really read it. No.
Yeah. Okay. I see how you are. Yeah, I sent you some fires. They're not. I don't. One of them may have been attacked by drones. That Belgorod may have been drones, but there's another one that's way too far for drones, and I think it was just a fire, like a furniture warehouse or something like that. Then I sent you firms data. I sent you stuff. I've sent you something about electrical substation. of an FSB military unit with a military equipment manufacturing plant caught fire in the Moscow region. I mean, come on. What? Anyway, I see how it is.
You know what? I got so excited by the engineering thread. I've been waiting for it. That yeah, sorry. And I was so half asleep and being harassed by a very hungry cat when I looked at them. Here we go. Fuel base attacked in the Rostov region. Yes, very nice. By 2 UAVs. 2 explosions in the Proletarsky district. Oh, that sounds a bit sounds awkward. Prolapse. That was the word that came to mind, Proletarsky district, but I think it's more like proletarian, isn't it? Anyway, they say there was no fuel fire, however. Are we sure? Are we really sure? And there's a lot of firms showing up at Belbeck Air Base. You're right. Now then, this is the first time I looked at this properly, so I apologise. So fire monitoring systems show widespread fires at Belbeck airspace. Ooh. And it looks as though ATACMS may have been used, and primarily along the flight line, where actually along the runway there, at the side of it, there is the storage areas for the aircraft on the ground. So several Russian aircraft can be seen parked in that area from some days ago. And there's a lot of firms detection lining up pretty well with that area where the aircraft was supposed to be stood. So that looks interesting. Looks as though they may have actually lost some aircraft. Now, it's not possible to tell specifically what's burning at the moment, but the southernmost fire is very close to a small collection of POL tanks, which is your, lubes and petroleums and all the stuff that you might need, south of the tarmac. So it says, ignore the aircraft in this image. It's an old Apple's map. But look, these tanks don't move, do they? And yeah, that's a very good point. Fuel tanks do not tend to run around unless they're on wheels, do they? So it would seem that that has been also taken out. And taking out your fuel storage at your airport might be problematic. Sorry, I'm just going to have to check something in the mirror because I've got a big zit on my neck. What have I? Oh, how rude. It's got an eye and everything. It's looking at me. Right,
Good
I'll have to deal with
Lord.
that later.
Good Lord.
Well, the zit.
That's it.
I know. How dare it just turn up right on my neck? It's like I've got a boil coming up under my ear. Right, anyway. Sorry. This is teenager. I'm still a teenager. That's what it is. So, my lovely, I'm so excited because of the numbers, but I'm also so excited because I saw NAFO really helping yesterday. I saw General George Fella. He looks as though he got himself a little bit gassed, but other than that, he seems very happy. And he was there, and I just seeing what's going on in Georgia really gives me hope for their future. It really does, and I'm so crossing my fingers. I mean, Gabriela Salandis-Burgess landed in Tbilisi yesterday as well. It's as though Europe's trying to turn up and provide a presence that will help. Guests from the EU, Mikhail Roth and, oh my goodness me, how am I going to say that? Zhygimantas Pavilionis? I don't know, it's Greek, I think. Anyway, they turned up at the rally. So they arrived at the rally. The heads of the foreign relation committees of the Czech, and Finnish and Polish parliaments also turned up at the rally in Rustaveli. Now, I joked, hey, maybe they're going to arrest them guys and cause a massive incident. But of course, they're not going to arrest those guys and cause a massive incident. And I don't think they'll be arresting Gabrielis either. It's almost as though, you know, some members of the EU here are turning up, and some members of other countries are turning up to show their personal support. And when they're stood right there, it's kind of difficult to, you know, beat all the protesters and stuff like that. While these guys are there with their eyes, you know what I mean? So I just think yeah, I just think that there's more to come. I actually expected last night in Georgia to be more violent, and I don't think it was as violent as I expected. Otherwise, it would be all over my newsfeed here. So there we go. What I do see is just, again, a massive outpouring of people, proper goosebumps. Well, let's just say that they are currently keeping the beating heart of Europe alive in their country. And I think it's so beautiful. We will talk to Marika in about an hour and a half, hopefully, as long as she's alive and well after everything that happened yesterday. To be honest, there's a video of her snapped by paparazzi, and she's walking down the street looking extremely determined, and she loved it herself. She was like, "Ooh, look at that. There's me looking super determined." Daniel.
Hello, mockers. I want to send a message to Georgians who are in the streets, who are beaten. There is a lot of blood, there is fear, there is arrests, fines. And think something like this. At 17 December 1989, in the city of Timișoara, which is border with Serbia, needed to die around 400 city dwellers yelling down with the communists and down with Ceausescu, and the army opened fire and killed them. So 400 protesters were killed. Some of them were killed on the stairs of the cathedral in the central square. Ceausescu was in Iran. The order was to be cremated and the ash to be put in the sewer. So nobody knows about them being killed. And after that, in 4 days, they start, some massive support gathering in the biggest square in Bucharest to support Ceausescu. Doesn't matter the incidents, people get very anxious, and at one moment they start yelling and wooing, and again, down with Ceausescu, down with the communists. Ceausescu was surprised, go in the helicopter. People become more courageous, go into the streets, and in the night of 21 to 22, another 1,000 Bucharest citizens were killed by the army with machine guns, crushed by tanks and APCs. The killings not stopped until the end of December, but less people were killed after Ceausescu was put on the wall and killed Yeah, it was a masquerade trial, but doesn't matter. That bastard deserved to die. Why I tell you this? You need to understand freedom is not cheap. Yeah, Ukrainians in Maidan know very well freedom is not cheap. And you need to spill a lot of blood to gain your freedom. And it's worth it. I will say this, and everybody to know, it's worth it. Yeah, it's not easy to say if your father or your son died on the streets fighting for freedom, but for the rest who survives, who struggle in transition, is worth it. And any country with a democratical system, keep in mind what you enjoy, your freedom, your liberty, your prosperity, was built on blood. Always. People fight for freedom and die for that. And it's never easy. And freedom is not cheap. So keep fighting, Georgians.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've got this sort of like meme in my head because I'm a bit silly this morning of freedom intensifying. You know what I mean? And yeah, that only happens if well, people want it enough, I suppose. And I just think with EU reps turning up, it makes it more and more difficult for the Georgian Dream government to continue down the path they were starting. Quite difficult, I would say. Now, one of the things I don't know about Ukraine was when the Maidan was going on, were there people going and appealing to their government from Europe and other countries? I'm not sure. I'm sure there was probably some diplomatic outreach, but I don't know if it was done in the same way. I don't know if people actually came from other European governments and joined the rallies. Don't think that happened. So I kind of feel as though all the loud noise about Georgia is starting to bear some fruit. I think, you know, the very fact that the Baltic countries and a couple of others have turned up and said, you know what, we want to be here. We want to be here to support you. And I think that does put the police off somewhat because, yeah, I don't want to go wading in there in front of a foreign diplomat cracking skulls, especially not when he stood amongst them. You know what I mean? I feel as though that might be a bad diplomatic move. What do you reckon, Daniel?
I will remember you something which you forgot. Victoria Nuland was in Maidan when people demonstrate there. And her, the Germans, the French, tried to persuade Yanukovych to get concessions. At one moment, they were very, very close to a negotiation, an easy way to retreat for Yanukovych. Then Berkut happened, the Russian snipers happened, and this go to hell. But it's not the first time when Western diplomats go in this and try to persuade the authorities to step up, step out of the power, and is normal, is natural. Try anything to stop this moronic movement. For Georgia, will be after this. I'm very optimistic, but you know, always can happen something stupid. I'm very optimistic they will get their dream, you know, clearing the path to Europe. Will not be easy. They need to deal with Abkhazia and Ossetia. All the tools, all the people who support the government, who are in the secret police, repression forces, they'll be there. They will laugh at them. Some will be trialed, some will be jailed, some will become even richer and become, democratic leadership, transitional authorities. Will happen. Everywhere happen. But the idea is never forget your target. To become European member for Georgia will be something like jumping your prosperity 300% in 10 years. Will be like, don't be afraid of invasion. Will be something like people coming to your country to visit you, and you need to forget about the church bullshit, anti-gay bullshit, all these stupid things which are totally stupid. And Ukrainians are dying for this dream. Georgians are dying for this dream. They did it for 20 years. It's not easy to get your path. It's not easy in the Balkans. Look at Macedonia. Look at Albania. There are many countries who want that. Want NATO membership, want European member to become, and it's worth it. Every time when people choose, I don't know, anti-immigration discourses, anti-European, telling about European Union is something like Soviet Union and other stupid ideas. They just base on the truth. Just take a stupid approach at something which is obvious. This is a very select club. This is a very good place to live. It's very nice to be born in, I don't know, Krakow, study in Verona, and work in Paris. And don't be worried about anything. Don't be worried about Iskanders. Don't be worried about, all this crap which most of the world is terrorized. Yeah, it's worth it, even to die for your liberty.
Well, I've just seen an excellent post, which was about the guys sort of going from Europe there, by Michael Roth. He's one of the people who appeared to turn up first. And he said, one of the many reasons why I love the Baltic Musketeers and the Nordics. They're always there when they're needed. Here are the foreign ministers. Gabrielis Landis-Burgess, Praise Baba, Tish, whatever her name is, and Thord Colburn, for supporting Georgian people in the fight for democracy. And I've just retweeted that so you can see those guys there, guys and girls, who are going to support Georgia. That's the one. And let's hope that moral support does provide them with something. I did not know very much about the details of Maidan. I didn't know that there was a lot of European pressure at the time on the Yanukovych government. I didn't pay attention because I had my head in so many other things at the time. So, yeah, I didn't realise whether they were getting support or not, but it's good to see it happen. It's good to see it being recognised by, foreign ministers here. And at least they're making an effort to turn up and try and provide some support. I think that's important for the Georgian people to know that they're being supported in this way. Gives them more momentum, perhaps. Daniel?
About Maidan and what was negotiations. It's very interesting. Most of the politicians try something like this, try to have the cake and eat it. And Yanukovych started something like this. Yeah, was a pro-Russian party of the regions, you know. He tried a lot and tried to, you know, not to negotiate, blackmail Europeans, asking for much, much more money. The government was corrupt. Ukrainians still have difficulties with their payments, and they try to take more money from Europeans. And Europeans tell them something like this, you know, we'll help you to become a candidate member. There'll be some funds to achieve this, to reform institutions, to change the laws. And Yanukovych understand that billions will come, you know, like a blank check. And Europeans trying to explain, like, things works. And then he go to Putin and get the law for Maidan, started by Yushchenko president and Saakashvili, Georgia. And always the Russian approach was something like this, America's push colored revolutions in our sphere of influence. Talking point which was taken also by the Chinese after Xi Jinping. And it's interesting, even when was some repression in Maidan, Europeans still tried to convince Yanukovych, man, this is the wrong way. This will not help you. This will go very bad for you. Don't do this, you know? And at the last moment, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, maybe a week before he ran to Russia, the negotiation was something like this. He will dissolve the government. Yeah. So people were killed by Berkut and the snipers. He will retreat the government, will form with opposition. And I remember Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kiev, was in that opposition team. Will make a coalition government, all the parties, to assure a transition. There will be a prosecution of the guys who broke the law. And Europeans waited something very democratic, you know, very, how I can say, something less bloody. And I think Yanukovych, because was extremely scared and probably saw the consequences of his actions and his minions, and also being pushed by Kremlin, go to Iran in Russia. Russians started their invasion of Crimea, you know, the kind green men who come to support the people of autonomous region of Crimea, occupy the parliament, negating all this stuff. And people need to understand that was deal to destroy Ukrainian state. Many of Berkut ran to Russia and becoming OMON or other security service people in Russia. Some ran to Crimea. Some joined Gherkin movement in the east, especially. And for Ukraine was very, very difficult moment. I judge Poroshenko the president of Ukraine before Zelensky, a bit harsher, but he was not in a great position, you know. Part of your country is annexed by Russia, part is in turmoil, part is under military threat of militias coordinated by Russian secret services, and they were not prepared. The institutions were not prepared. The army was, we say now, ZSU is a great military. They were not in 2014, 2015, even 16. And that was a very difficult moment for any country in the world, and was not enough to struggle. They needed another invasion and more than 2 years of war. And people need to understand, it's very easy to stay in your chair, somewhere cozy, comfortable, and talk about the strategy of Ukrainian general staff and the political approach of Zelensky government and his majority in Rada. But people need to understand things like this. 10 years of crisis is not something easy. Same for Georgians. Everyone said, oh, you need to fight. You need saying this, I don't know, from Alabama or New South Wales. Yeah, it's not easy when a quarter of your country is annexed by Russia and they build military ports and destroyed any trust in your government, and you know, corruption. All the corruption in Georgia is because Georgia is a major transit hub from Turkey to Russia for a lot of stuff which become weapons to kill Ukrainians. So we need to help more, and I don't believe in morals of politicians, but us who didn't do too much to help these two countries which asked NATO membership at NATO Bucharest Summit, they deserve assistance. They deserve, because, you know, when you put your people, your blood, to keep Russians at bay. Yeah, for Georgia was few days. For Ukraine is more than 10 years of fighting with Russians. But this helped it to ponder the nightmare of Baltics, you know, Slovakia Gap, to make Polish to be more secure, and us, even Moldova, to be more secure. And this was achieved with the blood of Ukrainians and Georgians. And, you know, if we want to have continuous prosperity, security, future for our children, we help them, we embrace them, they will become European Union members, NATO members, and we push Russia even eastwards to their ambitions. And we'll help later, maybe Armenia, maybe Kazakhstan. You know, one of the approach of President Bush Jr. was to export democracy. Export democracy via bombers usually fail, right? Afghanistan and Iraq is a very soft belly on American international relations. But doing this, helping people who need your help, who share your dream, who want to achieve the steps necessary to become European Union members, NATO members, democratic systems. This is the way you don't export democracy. You just share your values. You share your common interest. And it's good for everybody who have similar approach. And it's bad for people like Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin.
Yes, it is. Absolutely bad for them. Mockers, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just sending a tweet. What I have
All
found
good.
out, what I have found out is something that I didn't know, which was that European and other Western leaders and politicians such as John McCain and many others visited the Maidan. And there was a YouTube video of several MEPs from other countries giving a speech at the Maidan, which somebody sent me. So thank you very much for that, because like I say, I didn't pay a massive amount of attention at the time, and I kind of feel bad that I should have done. But now I know that they were actually receiving a similar sort of support. And well, that's encouraging, because you know, what happened at the Maidan was terrible, but also it was a breakthrough. It was a revolution that actually sort of won. So I mean, the success of being able to chase off their Russian proxy government, I think is the reason why Russia is so afraid of it, why they keep, you know, it was a proxy revolution that, you know, America stirred it up. I mean, they're trying the very same things in Georgia. Two young American guys got arrested, and they were like, look, these are the instigators of this American coup. You know, so it's all exactly the same playbook. So they really do need strong support there, because I wouldn't like it to get any uglier than it is, put it that way. Georgian people are, you know, generally quite a nice, peaceful, generous people. And yeah, it's not normal for them to be generally prone to violence, put it that way. And so, you know, but I do want to see them defend themselves, not attack the police, but just defend themselves well. So I really hope that that's something which is going to continue to get bigger, because it has been getting bigger for sure. Now then, I've got to go to the numbers, I think, because I've got so much else to talk about that I've got to squeeze in before Marika turns up. And one of those things is the big reveal of the thread, which I've been waiting for. Oh. So let's do some numbers, Prince, because
I can do that. Which means I can sit here and be quiet.
exactly. Woohoo! I know it's cool, isn't it? How this works out. But today we have, oh my goodness, another almost record-breaking day, if it wasn't for the complete overachievement of 2 days ago. So 1,510 liquidated personnel. 486,940. Oh, we're going to get there really fast, aren't we, at this rate? 14 tanks. Now, again, it's quite a lot of tanks, you know. In fact, isn't that the amount of Challenger tanks that we gave Ukraine? Just to
Could
say.
be.
I think that matches, yeah. 48 armoured personnel vehicles. That's like, that's a lot, guys. That's a really, really, really bad day. It sure is. 23 artillery systems. Again, not masses, but still going up from what there was before. Oh, shockingly, 10,000 UAVs have been cracked today. Plus 30 UAVs and 2 cruise missiles. Well, 10,015 UAVs that Ukraine have had to shoot down so far. It shows they're successful at shooting them down, but that's a lot. 48 vehicles and fuel tanks. So just between armoured personnel vehicles and vehicles and fuel tanks, 98. Oh, what was it? 96. Sorry, between them. I can't add up this morning, obviously. Yeah, that's a bad day. That's a bad day. Oh, and 7, one of my favourite numbers, 7 special equipment. So yeah, all in all, that's a really, really damn bad day for the Russians. It goes to show that they certainly have been pushing people and armoured vehicles forward. Yeah, so again, massive, ridiculously high numbers. Now, I've seen a couple of acts of sabotage recently, and I'm going to quickly bring them to you, and then I'm going to bore you to death with a railway thread. No, I'm not. It's fun. So, there was some sabotage yesterday that I saw, which turned out to be, oh gosh, I now need to find it again because my doodah disappeared. I know, that's annoying, isn't it? My doodah disappeared. Anyway, it was an electrical type of substation-y type thing. This particular one was a node that specifically went to some sort of HQ. And it was to do with the army. And basically, somebody had specifically targeted something which cut off the electricity to this army HQ. In Ivanovo in Russia, someone set fire to a warehouse containing army combat boots. And, well, not anymore. But yeah, a full warehouse of army combat boots, and you can see them all like melted in puddles and all over the place. I'm going to say they're probably not going to be able to salvage many of them. But, I mean, I'm not sure that's going to stop them sending you guys. It's just going to stop them giving you boots. So maybe try something else. Just pointing that out. They'll just send them in flip-flops instead, won't they? We've seen plenty of them in brogues and yeah, trainers and stuff. So what's it matter that you've got no combat boots? Yeah, tough. Just wear your own. Now then, Sevastopol. Got to talk about this. It says there were 2 waves of ATACMS against Sevastopol. 6 missiles in the first wave and 2 in the second. Air defence worked over the sea and Belbek. The missiles were shot down. A fire started from the fragments, but was quickly extinguished. Sure, man. Sure, man. You know how, like, sometimes you're just like, we believe you. So anyway, local pro-Russian Sevastopol channel reported this, and we don't entirely believe that, do we? You know how it is. So now it's time for me to do my thread. I'm so excited, Prince. So excited. You see, let me do a little recap for all those who have not read through the oodles and oodles of train problems and see if I can summarize, because this has potential to be really bad. And we'll have to watch it play out, but it involves the railroads. So, we of course have all read through the train threads, and we will recall that due to maintenance and storage of fuel in cars, and you know, just the the general state of logistics being a problem, the maximum capacity of the Russian railways, which is huge, is slowly shrinking. Well, in fact, not slowly shrinking, steadily shrinking, especially when they keep on having derailments and losing cars and things like that. You know, I mean, some of that stuff can be repaired, but not all of it. So one of the main reasons why they are losing capacity is the reduced amount of available locomotives. So not to do with the storage of the cars or anything like that. No, it's the actual trains that pull them. So the problem that they've only recently started to come to terms with, because like very recently they sort of had some laws where they said, oh, maybe we should look after this stuff better because we're going to need it, because we can't buy any new ones because the people that we bought them from just aren't picking up the phone. So they've only just decided that they need to worry about this without really, you see, they've made all sorts of decisions without thinking about the knock-on effects, the ramifications of what happens if the railway doesn't work perfectly. So lots of other decisions, such as, you know, food distribution and industry, relies on the railway working perfectly. But what if it doesn't? Nobody really put any thought into that. So, because the Ministry of Economy never even considered the ramifications, nearly half of all Russian railway locomotives are over 20 years old. So there's no spare parts for them. Now, I understand that they don't make them like they used to, you know, and things which are nuts and bolts and, you know, you can oil them and the pin, work on them and generally keep them running for a very long time. I had a little old car which I used to do my own repairs on because it was like a Meccano kit, and you know, it wasn't very technical, shall we say. But these days you open the engine of a vehicle and there's a cover there and a little place where you plug in your laptop, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not replacing my spark plugs after all. So, you know, new technology and stuff is trickier to maintain. So I could understand why some of those, they, you know, not have the electrical parts and stuff like that. But the older stuff, well, it will keep going for some time because they are indeed workhorses, but not forever. In fact, 20 years, that's, you know, some of these things might just be coming to the end of their lives unless they're dealt with very gently and looked after. So anyway, for that, if they wanted to look after these things properly, you'd expect they would need a maintenance department. Yeah, important, that maintenance department. They don't have one of them. They're only now just starting to put together a team to try and do sufficient routine maintenance, you know, the stuff that they've been ignoring for the past decade. So the new Russian Minister of Defense, Belousov, suddenly came to terms with this problem at a meeting with the first Deputy Prime Minister on March the 28th. It was reported that 200 locomotives were idle without movement due to insufficient service. Now, Peter pointed out yesterday, 200 locomotives is probably a drop in the ocean for them because, you know, they're a train-rich country, shall we say. But if they can't replace any trains, especially the older ones, there's a bit of a problem. It causes just traffic jams because you haven't got enough locomotives in enough locations at enough times to move everything about efficiently. So in the Far East, there's also a bit of a limit on the rail networks out there. You know, there's only so many lines built. So things have been clogging up the railway. And biggest culprit of clogging up the railways is coal, because Putin gave it priority over all other shipments. Now, remember me saying a while ago that there was a suggestion that coal was going to become a real problem for Russia. And, well, this is going to be a problem. So Putin gave this priority over all other shipments, but Ukraine started hitting oil refineries. And suddenly Russia was desperate for fuel from working refineries to get that delivered to the areas normally serviced by the ones which had been shut down by drones. Oh, and not just drones, other failures. 2 catalytic cracking units actually failed. So they couldn't get parts for them. Ukraine didn't even need to send drones. They just broke by themselves. Oh, and remember that they also banned exports of gasoline. So if you want to stockpile gasoline and still cover everything else, you want any working refineries operating at your maximum capacity. The only thing is, if there's nowhere for that product to go, so began a fight between Russian railways and oil refineries. In fact, things got so bad at the Ministry of Energy had to come in and sort things out. So the Ministry of Energy have set schedules to try and coordinate. So remember that we also have the problem of grain shipment. You see, they've got a reduced number of rail cars that actually carry grain. But it's no problem. They just plan to make additional trips to make up for the shortfall, yeah? But that's slightly more difficult because there's a lot of other things clogging up the lines and the locomotives. I mean, you've got to have a train to pull your train. So, in the midst of this, container shipment appears to have fallen to the wayside. Excuse me. But people are beginning to make arguments that it shouldn't. Now, they're saying it's not the transportation that falls, it's the weight. Despite the reduction in quotas for container trains to the east, transportation of containers by rail continues to grow. Commerçant were told about obstacles to further growth, whether it is possible to calculate the relative value of different goods